Good afternoon and welcome. My name is Scott Bryson. I'm Vice Chair at BMO, and on behalf of BMO, the world's top mining capital markets bank, and FMF in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, welcome to this session. Those of you who are FMF veterans have seen over the last 4 years the growth of this remarkable event. It is quite extraordinary in many ways. The FMF, through the vision of His Excellency the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's Vision 2030, FMF has truly become the Davos of mining. And I say that because I don't think there's any other country in the world with the power and relationships to convene more than 100 countries. The ministerial meetings yesterday and governments representing not just countries like the US and European countries and Canada, but throughout Africa, Latin America, and importantly, countries like China, Russia, and India. At this time when I believe that multilateralism is facing real challenges, I think Saudi Arabia is providing a bit of a gift to the world, and particularly the gift to the mining world, in terms of bringing all of us together, government and business leadership, to talk about our shared ambitions for global mining. Mining is more important to the future of our world, the survival of our planet, and our societies than it has perhaps ever been. And Saudi Arabia has put itself very deliberately and effectively at the very center of global mining. As a global mining bank, there are elements we look for in jurisdictions. Of course, the government being pro-mining, pro-business, with an ambition to grow their natural resource sector, fiscal policy and solid fiscal fundamentals, permitting speed and complexity being streamlined. In some countries, price floors, Australia, and I know Canada is having some conversations on developing price floors to enable long-term success and viability for mining companies. Workforce, Saudi Arabia has a population, 75% of the Saudi population is under 25 years of age. The ability to work with sovereign investment partners. Clearly, Saudi Arabia has that. Vertical integration, supply chain. The Saudi auto industry is an example of the operationalizing of that vision. But more fundamentally, the reach that Saudi Arabia has right now through trusted partnerships around the world, where the world sees more polarization and more balkanization of efforts to develop or to achieve success in global priorities. Saudi Arabia, in many ways, is well positioned to play an outsized role in making a difference. And Canada, of course, as a country steeped in mining, that understands mining historically, has been successful globally in mining. But we also have a relatively new government and Prime Minister Mark Carney, and a team around him, including our Minister of Natural Resources, Tim Hodgson, our Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources, Claude Gay, who's with us for this conference, competitive taxes, strong fiscal position, moving the permitting process from 10 years to 2 years in jurisdictions. The province of Saskatchewan is in fact here with us as well. Quebec, Ontario, there's a sense of urgency in Canada now. Economic ambition is back, and with a globalist Prime Minister who understands the economy and how to grow an economy, indeed how to deal with global financial crises as governor of more than one central bank, I think that Canada has an outsized role to play as well. Incidentally, Canada has more free trade agreements with other countries, with more other countries rather, than any other country in the world. One thing that Saudi Arabia has as well is very strong ministers in cabinet. Minister Al-Fallah, Minister Al-Kharayef, Vice Minister Al-Mudaifer, Finance Minister Al-Jadaan, I know them all, have worked with them. They are top flight, and we are, as a bank, BMO is proud to partner with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And speaking on behalf of Canada and our Prime Minister, Canada is proud to partner with Saudi Arabia, and particularly when it comes to mining, which is fundamental to the future of both our countries and indeed to the future of humanity. Now, I want to thank all of you for being here today. You're in for some really good conversations in this dynamic global economic and geopolitical environment. Brian Quast from BMO Capital Markets is going to be moderating discussions with some of our global mining leaders and our clients. We're going to be hearing from Ivanhoe Mining, Ganfeng Lithium, Lundin Mining, Montage Gold, Volcan, Vale, Antofagasta, First Quantum, Vale Base Metals, and you're going to hear more about their strategic outlooks and how they are navigating the challenges and the opportunities that this complex global environment puts in front of us. And we're going to start off with Brian Quast, who will kick things off with Myrna Cluta from Ivanhoe Mining. And I would like to welcome both Myrna and Brian to the stage for a conversation on the future and the plans and the strategic direction of Ivanhoe Mining. So please join me in welcoming Myrna Cluta and Brian Quast. Thank you very much. Great stuff, great stuff. There you go.
Well, thanks very much for that, Scott. As you mentioned, my name is Brian Quast. I'm one of the research analysts here at BMO Capital Markets. Great pleasure to welcome you all here again in the afternoon. Our first speaker today is Myrna Cluta. She's the president and CEO of Ivanhoe Mines. She's going to give a short introduction to the company, and then I'm going to join her down on the chairs there for a fireside chat. So please take it away, Myrna.
Thank you. So I'm just going to stand quickly. There's a little clicker here. So I'm glad to see that BMO put their favorite client first and also the best copper mining company first. Thank you. So I thought just to start with a quick introduction on Ivanhoe Mines, because not everybody in this audience is familiar with what we do. We are all proudly Canadian. We're listed in Toronto. So let me just take you to our highlights. We have a market cap just over $16 billion, depending on which day you look. Copper is currently rallying, and we're hoping it keeps on the trajectory of going up and up. So maybe our market cap will touch under $20 billion soon. We have very supportive shareholders, very little debt. I think it's important when you look at our register. We were founded by Robert Friedland. He's very well known in the mining space. He's still actively involved in the company as our executive co-chair. We've also recently added the QIA as one of our strategic investors, something we're very proud of, and we're planning to do future transactions with them. We also have the likes of Fidelity Capital Group on our register, and then we have a large block of Chinese shareholding through Acidic Metals and Zijin Mining. And then just quickly looking at our projects. So we operate mainly in the DRC, and we're well known for Kamoa-Kakula. I personally have been with the company for 20 years. We've made this discovery, we've built this mine, we've partnered with Zijin to develop it. We are in a 40-40-20% joint venture. The government owns 20% of this wonderful project. Zijin owns 40%, and we own the remaining 40%. We developed this project in 5 years, built it out to be one of the top 10 producers globally, and we also commissioned our smelter in December, so it's a fully integrated mine. We had a few technical setbacks last year. We're currently turning that around, and we're targeting production in excess of 550,000 tons of copper within the medium term at Kamoa-Kakula. Really a high-grade tier 1 world-class asset. Also in the DRC, we have a zinc project called Kipushi, where we are targeting between 240,000 and 290,000 tons of production in zinc. Zinc is currently rallying, so it's a very neat project to have. Much smaller than Kamoa, about a 12-year life of mine, and we partner with Gécamines, the state-owned mining company in the DRC there. And then what probably excites us as management most is the Western Foreland. Right next to Kamoa-Kakula, we have a very large exploration play where we've made a number of discoveries already, and we're planning to build future Kamoa-Kakulas in the area soon, within the next 3 to 5 year window. And then last but not least, in South Africa, my hometown, we have the largest undeveloped precious metals mine with significant copper and nickel byproducts. We've started our first phase there, and we're currently ramping up our second phase that will come into production in 2027. And then early last year, we also added a joint venture play in Kazakhstan. Very excited about what's happening in Kazakhstan. We see similar geology than what we are encountering in the DRC, so we think there's a few more discoveries to be made in Kazakhstan. So that's new frontiers for us. So with that as an introduction, I'll join the fireside chat and hopefully answer some of the questions some of you may have.
Thanks for that, Mana. Just got a couple of lead-off questions here, and then we'll open it up to the floor a little bit as well. So you mentioned 2025. You actually had a bit of a challenging year at Kamoa due to the seismic activity that caused flooding. Second half of 2025 saw significant success towards dewatering and rehabilitation while still keeping the processing plants running and turning on the new smelter. One of the questions we've had is how much conservativeness would you say is built into the 2026 production guidance figures of 380 to 420,000 pounds of copper, and is there more potential to outperform?
So I would say it's a realistic target. The difficulty we have in setting guidance in the current state of play is that we do not have access to all the areas that hasn't been dewatered. So if you want to take a bullish view, you can probably argue that we're going to find copper that's accessible that we will be able to mill next year. But we did try and find a balance between estimating what we will be able to put through the mills versus what we think is responsible to put out to the market. So I think that's a pretty good target for next year. There's still some work to be done on rehabilitation, on dewatering. So if you base your views on Ivanhoe Mines somewhere in the middle, I think you're probably going to be spot on.
And maybe continuing on that theme, as you continue to dewater and rehabilitate, are the people there finding any surprises, good or bad, as they go through there?
We've been quite surprised with the state of the underground workings as we've dewatered very quickly. I mean, testament to the teams on the ground, to the innovative approach to dewatering with the large pumps that we've ordered from China. It's gone extremely well. We're finding the workings to be in a much better state than what we thought they would be in, but it does take time to rehabilitate it. I was underground in November, and some of the sections that's been rehabilitated looks better than it did before the seismic event. So it's a testament to the teams doing the work, but also the workings aren't as damaged as we initially anticipated, but we haven't entered the core center yet. That's a bit deeper down.
And maybe looking out a little bit further, what should we expect to see in terms of the operating cost savings from the smelter that produced first anode at year-end 2025?
No, so we're very excited about the smelter. It was a big thing, switching it on, getting it heat up, and we've produced our first anode, ghosted it. It's quite a milestone for us. You will see the savings immediately, and you just see it in transport. So we get about a 50% reduction in our transport rates, just due to the sheer volume of trucks that we need to use to transport concentrate. So you halve that immediately. The other, it's not really a cost saving, but it's an additional revenue stream that we activate is in sulfuric acid. So we made our first sulfuric acid sales already. We're already producing close to 400,000 tons on an annualized basis. That's expected to go up to about 700,000 tons, and the spot market for sulfuric acid in the DRC is about $700 per ton. So there's a bit of a sweetener in what you get out of the smelter now that the sulfuric acid is also being produced, in a big market in Congo, close to 2 million tons market in Congo for consumption by other mining companies.
I spent most of yesterday running the Mining 101, where I highlighted the difficulties in starting up and building a mine. And if you look at the DNA of Ivanhoe Mines, you've had quite a significant success over the years of being able to build mines successfully. You've actually twice expanded the Kakula-Kamoa copper mine over the last few years. What's allowed Ivanhoe to meet or exceed construction schedules while remaining on budget?
I think a big factor contributing to our success was that we had a nimble team, quick decision making. We had very competent people. People make a very big difference. So if you have the right team, the right chemistry, and then we also used the same methodologies on everything we did. When we did phase 1, we basically replicated phase 2 to be exactly the same component. If a contractor was good, we used the same contractor. We managed to negotiate pricing down. So we were really on pricing, we were really on commonality of spares, making sure we best use the best outfit for the right kit when we built the processing plants, for example, when we built the smelter. And I think it's a combination of bringing together the right people, the right processes, the right technologies that made us successful, and having the nimbleness to make quick decisions. We built most of it during COVID. It's sort of double-edged to say, but COVID probably helped us to be quite successful, because most of our team members were bunkered down on site and had to dedicatedly focus on getting the mine built. So there wasn't really leisure time. Everybody just got on with it and knew that this mine needed to get built. So we had a dedicated focus there in that COVID period.
In your earlier prepared remarks, you highlighted some of the exploration potential you have, and it's been a key focus of Ivanhoe. You carry one of the larger drilling programs globally across Western Foreland, DRC, the Chu-Sanshu Basin in Kazakhstan. May 2025, Ivanhoe released a resource update for the Western Forelands of 1.7 billion pounds of indicated copper at 2.79% and 18.4 billion pounds of inferred copper at 1.7%. What constraints need to be addressed to allow any development at the Western Foreland, and how does the company envision Western Foreland fitting in with the Kamoa-Kakula complex?
So I don't think there's real constraints around the Western Forelands. It's more just the time it takes to get a resource ready and to do your mine planning properly. So you need to sort of find that shallow central core that's the right place to start your mining. You need to get the critical mass. You need to understand the rocks. What's great about the Western Forelands, it's right adjacent to Kamoa-Kakula. So we've got roads already built. We've got power line infrastructure that's sized for future growth that you can use for the Western Forelands. Obviously, as we need more power generation for Kamoa-Kakula as well, we need to cater for Western Forelands because that will be an additional power consumer once it gets up and running. But Western Forelands we envision to be a completely separate entity from Kamoa-Kakula, but you do have that shared infrastructure because you're in the same neighborhood. So we're actually very well placed in developing another great asset. We've looked at many copper assets as they become available. There's always a high premium on them if you want to compete with everybody else for copper. The best copper that we can bring to the market is the copper that we discover ourselves. So we're quite excited about what we're going to do at Western Forelands.
And maybe sticking with future plans after 10 plus years of investment, Platreef is starting to get visibility following the official opening of the mine and production of the first concentrate from the Phase 1 mill in this past November. What progress should we be looking for from the Phase 2 expansion, which is expected to enter production by the end of 2027?
Yeah, so the biggest constraint for Phase 2 so far has been hoisting capacity, and we will have our third shaft that will be able to hoist 4 million tonnes per annum up and ready by the end of this first quarter. So that's really a game changer for the development at Platreef, because then you can open up the phases underground, you can start feeding our small little plant with higher grade ore, and we can get the waste ore out to open up the mining footprint. And then on surface you're going to see the construction of the plant for Phase 2, and we should be in a position to switch that on. We've got the teams, because we use the same teams that do all the construction all over from Kamoa through to Kipushi at Platreef, so using the same experts to do the work for us at Platreef, so we don't anticipate any project hiccups at Platreef on the surface construction.
And 2025 was a bit of a challenging year for the DRC in terms of border issues with Rwanda, though those didn't impact the operations in the Southern Copperbelt. What insights can you share from President Trump's administration's approach to relations with the DRC, specifically on the region more generally in light of the peace agreement and the strategic partnership agreement on critical minerals?
Yeah, I would firstly like to say the conflict in the East, it really did flare up at the beginning of last year, and it was mainstream. It's always been an underlying issue in Congo. It doesn't really spill over to the area where we are because we're very far removed from that area. I think President Trump probably took a very pragmatic approach in terms of alleviating some of the pressure with the conflict, getting the treaty signed, but ultimately also taking a long-term view in securing strategic metals. And the DRC itself also took a view that we need to diversify our economy. We need to make sure that we get different sovereigns involved in our country, because they are so strategically placed in terms of their mineral endowment that it would be good for them to have diversification away from China only, from the US only. I think it's good to have a balanced portfolio with different sovereigns investing into your country. So I think it's been a good move by Trump, but also good for the DRC in terms of diversifying the economy to have more international partners in the future. And then I think the last thing on any conflict zone or any country that needs further development, the best thing one can do for these countries is to ensure that you get local economic development going, and mine development like Kamoa-Kakula brings stability to those regions because it creates jobs, it creates schooling. You build up a lot of infrastructure around a mine like this. So I think the best we can do in the DRC to ensure that we get more stability throughout the DRC is to go and explore, find these minerals and build mines like Kamoa-Kakula to build out the economy and make it a sustainable economy in the DRC.
I'll just pause for a moment. If there's anybody with a question, please raise your hand so a microphone can be brought forward to you. Maybe we've got a bit of a shy crowd here. Maybe we'll keep ploughing along. So Kipushi is starting to build a track record of strong performance after the debottlenecking was completed ahead of schedule in August 2025. What contributions should investors expect from the smallest of the three operating assets in terms of cash flow and exposure to zinc production?
No, so Kipushi is actually a little sleeping giant. The zinc market's on fire at the moment. We're seeing record zinc prices. With the debottlenecking complete, I think our tape is live now with our production guidance that we've put out today. We expect between 240,000 and 290,000 tons of zinc to be produced next year, and that's quite significant in the zinc market. So it will be a nice contributor to our bottom line. Depending on pricing. So I'm not going to venture a number, but it should be a nice little contributor to our bottom line. And we say little because Kamoa is so significant.
And so the Kamoa-Kakula Integrated Development Plan has been rescheduled for early 2026. Can you give us a sense of the scale and timeline of future expansions to be addressed in that upcoming PEA?
Yeah, so the PEI will be out by the end of, or the new 43-101 will be out by the end of March. A lot of work needs to go into that study because we had to rethink the mining method based on the geotechnical issues that we've incurred. And with that comes the sequencing of when you can fill the mills. So for now, we are prioritizing filling the mills at about 17 million tons per annum. So that's for Kamoa 1, Kamoa 2, Kansoko, as well as Kakula, so all the phases together. Looking at future phases, you need to time it right to ensure that you can fill all that capacity based on what we can get out and make sure that the capital makes sense that you're going to spend on the future expansion. And I mean, if you talk about phase 4, it's really adding another mill at phase 3 is a 5 million ton per annum mill. We're getting about 6.5 million tons through that mill. It's already sized at the front to add a fourth one of the same capacity. So that's really phase 4. You just need to see when the stars align in terms of what you can get out of the ground to make sure that the capital you need to spend to build that plant is justified for phase 4. So it's a long answer for a short question. So we're probably looking on a 3 to 4 year horizon for further expansions and first getting steady state with what we have.
And maybe just a little bit more colour to deliver these future expansions. Which of the longer-term infrastructure and power initiatives will be most impactful? Is that the Lobits rail corridor, the Angolan grid connection, material expansion of the southern power imports, future turbine renovations, or something else completely?
So anybody who follows us knows that, you know, the DRC is basically a landlocked country. So our first big challenge we faced when we started this mine was logistics, and our second big challenge we faced when we started this mine was really around power availability. And I think we've broken the back of most of it. With the smelter coming online, we're taking a lot of trucks off the road, but trucks are carbon intensive. The Lobito corridor opens up a rail corridor with a much quicker turnaround. You will get a cash cost reduction with the Lobito corridor, but there's also the Tazara rail being developed now that goes to Tanzania. So both those initiatives from a logistics point of view will make a big difference for future expansions and adding more volume in the DRC in general. And then secondly, on power, we've had significant breakthroughs. We did a lot of work on power. We're putting 2 solar plants online in July of this year, 2 30 megawatt units, and we're planning to do 2 more. So that's really broken the back of the dire power needs we had. We also completed the Inga project, which was a partnership with the DRC government in refurbishing old infrastructure. That work is done. There's 1 more turbine available. But we think the power balance in the country is turning a corner, and specifically the power balance that we need on site with the solar that we've added is basically sufficient for what we need at Kamoa. So the power is for us probably something that's more in the rearview mirror, touch wood, you never know. But the rail would make a difference in our cash cost. And obviously, as we expand Western Forelands going forward, power will also come into play, and then you need to make additional a provision for additional power sources. So, you know, it's difficult to say which one is more important. They're all important.
It's like asking which your favourite child is, I
Yeah,
guess.
exactly.
We have come completely to the end of time, but if anybody does have a question, feel free to raise your hand. We've probably got 30 seconds to ask. Just at the front here. Maybe just yell and I'll
We can give it from the stage.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Catherine Costello. I'm from the Okteni mine in Papua New Guinea. You mentioned earlier that sort of quite expensive buying into other assets, but I'm just wondering the interest in sort of early stage exploration into other jurisdictions, is that something that you're also looking at, or you're sticking with your current real estate?
No, I think the geology dictates where we will go. So, and we probably have a higher risk appetite than most. But our geologists always use the saying that big fish you find in murky waters. So we will go where the big fish are because we want to catch the trophy assets. So we're open to new jurisdictions, and to a large degree, that's why we're venturing out. We're currently exploring in Zambia, we're exploring in Angola, we're exploring in Kazakhstan. We're also doing further exploration in Congo. So really scattered around, more in sedimentary copper, but because that's what we know well, and we know how to make those discoveries. But we're always looking for new opportunities.
Thank you.
Well, we are completely out of time. Please join me in thanking Mana for her time today.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, we're off to the next one. Welcome to Xiaoshen, the Vice Chairman and President of Ganfeng Lithium, one of the largest lithium companies in the world. I think, Xiaoshen, we're going to start off with a video.
Yeah, let's start with a small video.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was great. And I think we've got a presentation. Would you like to take us through it?
Yeah, it's actually people know Ganfeng maybe more about our lithium chemical productions, lithium mineral developments, but actually over the last 25 years, we have built up the full value chain from the upstream all the way down to chemicals, battery manufacturers, and also even the battery recycling.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. I noticed actually the very first part of that video was starting to go through that battery storage. Is that Ganfeng's battery storage?
Yeah, it's we did that.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Xiaoshen, there it is. There's the clicker.
Okay. So what we're doing is we try to build up our ecosystem. We probably very few in the whole lithium industries has the full value chain. So we start. This is what we just showed. We have the world's leading lithium ecosystem. Yeah. This is our business. Probably I can stand up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. To show a little bit, maybe it's easier. Okay. So by far, we have started from raw materials and lithium chemicals, metals, batteries, and also energy storage and the recycling. And our applications, of course, we supply to the EVs, everybody knows, consumer electronics, and the ESS. Yeah. We are top 3 lithium chemical producer in the world, and world largest supplier with the most diversified range of lithium products. We probably supply all kinds of lithium products which is needed for the batteries. Also, retired LFP batteries recycling, we are the #1 last year. In China, actually, it means in the world. Also, Ganfeng, since 2008, we already became the biggest lithium metal producer in the world. And actually, that's one of the original idea why Ganfeng wants to get into the battery manufacturers. Because we want to create new market, new demands for our lithium metal as an anode. And the solid state was the very good application for that. So since 2016, we started to do R&D for solid states, and now we are one of the leading solid state battery development and the production. We're already into the productions. We are already supplying to the Jones and the eVTOLs in China. We believe this will be the first market for solid state lithium batteries. And also last several years, the energy storage growing very fast. Currently we have capacity of 60 gigawatt hours LFP batteries capacity installed in China, and we are still expanding that. This is the footprint of Ganfeng Lithium. You see from most of our footprint outside China is resource related. We started with production in Australia first since 2017 with the joint venture of Mount Marion. Also, we invest in Pilbara Minerals. We are still the single biggest shareholder of Pilbara Minerals after many years. We have Argentina, of course. We have 3 projects. Caucharí-Olaroz and Mariana are already in production. We are now preparing for PPGS, which we just announced integration or consolidation with the tenements owned by Lithium Argentina. And also we have spodumene production in Goulamina in Mali. It's into production end of 24. And now last year we're ramping up almost to the design capacity. We are also now evaluating for the expansions. So those are the major footprint. Of course, in China, we have chemical productions. We have also lepidolite mine, running operations, battery manufacturers across China. Yeah. So I'd like to talk about energy storage. A couple years ago, maybe most of people, investors, they are focused on the EV applications, EV market demands. But actually, the energy storage is growing very fast, and we believe that could be at least comparable to the size of the market demand of EVs. And so that's why Ganfeng put lots of energy and investment into this area. So this is our product category for the energy storage. We're starting from the battery cell, and we have a smaller size of the battery system for industrial and commercials, and also for the grade, big container size. Yeah. Until last year, we have built our energy storage application cases more than 100. And installed a scale over 60 gigawatt hours. We are actually, for the ESS battery manufacturer, we are top 10 in the world. Actually, this is not aware by many of the investors maybe in the past. I would like to highlight this, the second, in the Inner Mongolian, actually is the 4 gigawatt hours. This was the single biggest energy storage station in China last year being into operations. Yeah. Yeah, this is our solid state. We talked about why we do solid state, because we have lithium metal. And currently we have lithium metal as an anode, but also we have silicon graphite anode as well. Serves for different applications. Yeah, this is our resource project. Probably already seen some from the video. This one is Gulomina, the first one. In the middle is the Mount Marion in Australia. The third one is the Mariana. Yeah, we believe you want to do the resource development, it has to be sustainable. And we believe you have to find a way. We buy local and for the local. So that's why we invest a huge amount in these countries, and we create jobs for the local communities. And also we very high emphasized and the ESG, especially the environmentals. This is our energy storage products bring down the CO2, reducing the carbon dioxide emissions annually. Yeah, there's one more example I like to. I like it very much. We have a project in Mali for spodumene. Actually, every country, they have the resources. They like the company to do the downstream developments. I think the main purpose is to get more value added and also create more jobs. But in the situation in Mali, actually, Mali is in very tight supply in the shortage of electrical power supply. So we believe this is their urgent need, and which we could bring our capability to help them. So we are building solar powers together with our energy storage system in the city, in the northern part of the Bamako, the capital city. We like to repeat that, copy that, and expand that model. This is to show how we use the lithium from Mali, and in the end, we also help the Mali to build their infrastructures to benefit the local people, for the country as well. Yeah, this is the highlights of our projects in Argentina. Cauchari-Olaroz project, already in production since 2004. And now, last year, we are ramping up almost to 90% or more than 90% of the nameplate capacity. We are still continue to optimize, and at the same time, we are now preparing for the stage 2. We have created the record, achieving the capacity within 12 months. from the completion of the chemical plant. Yeah. And yeah, the PPGS project is also in the Salta province in Argentina. This is project combined with the three. It's Pozuelos, Pasto Grandes, and Salar de la Puna. So three projects we consolidate together to make it bigger. Our plan is to produce 150,000 tons LCE annually, production by 2028. That's our plan. So, yeah, this project would like to will be the local capex and large scale, because this will be one of the biggest scale the brine production in the world, and also very low risk because we can lock in the favorable policy with the RIGI, with the Argentinian federal government. We'll have the long-term fiscal and foreign exchange stability. Yeah. Okay, that's our mission, utilize limited resource to create a green, clean, and healthy life for human development and progress. Yeah, thank you very much.
Shoshan, that was a great presentation. I was struck in particular by the battery storage and the fact that you're building battery storage on your own. You're one of just a small handful of companies that I can think of that have gone from as far upstream as you were all the way downstream and owning your own battery storage. I'm curious, as you look forward into the future of the next 2 or 3 years. Mm-hmm. How are you seeing the demand picture evolve? How much of the demand for lithium is going to be EVs versus battery storage, and how are you planning for that as things come?
Yeah, actually, we believe that, for instance, another example we have is Mariana. Mariana is in the remote area. We far from the grid and far from the gas pipe. So we decided to build this 100% solar power together with the energy storage. We think in the future, many of the mines is located in the remote area. To build this great connections, the power supply will be always the issue. So we believe in the future, this is also will be a very good model to use renewables together with the energy storage. So that's why we believe this is the future. Energy storage might be in the future bigger than the EV consumptions for the batteries.
Wow,
yeah.
Bigger,
even bigger. Yeah, could be bigger because the passenger car industries, you see, there's more and more has the car sharing, so people don't have to own the car, have the ownership of the car, but they just need transportation. So that's why we believe energy storage, but you need the power. So energy storage will be bigger in the future. Also, you see the AI bring more demands for power, electrical power, and you need the stable supply of the power. But AI trainings, especially the training centers, their demands is always like this. So this is definitely will require energy storage.
Wow. Yeah. And for Ganfeng, is it your projection that battery storage business is going to be bigger than your lithium business, or?
Could be, could be. Wow. But still, currently, our lithium production LCE is bigger than our internal consumption for the batteries. We still supply majority supply to the other battery companies or OEMs in the industries. Yeah.
Huh. So Shoshan, I'm going to want to ask you about Argentina because you outlined some pretty enormous growth plans in Argentina. But before I go there, I have to ask for this audience. About 2 months ago, you were interviewed and asked what you thought the lithium price was going to do, and you thought 2026 was going to be a good year, and the market agreed. And here we are 2 months later. I think the next day the price reacted. So what do you think 2026 has in store?
I think the price actually determined by the supply and the demands. So from the demand side is very strong. There's a real demand not only by the government incentives, but actually by the market driven, especially at least in China right now. No matter is energy storage or is EV or heavy-duty commercials, heavy-duty trucks also growing very fast this year. China, I think last year grows more than 100% for the heavy-duty trucks, and also for the engineering equipment, also starting electrified. For instance, you probably see it outside, all those big engineering equipments outside is also some of the items already being electrified. So there will be huge demand in the future.
So Argentina, and I see you've got your partners here in the room as well.
Yeah.
Let's maybe split it up into two parts. Cauchari,
Yeah.
starting up, and I've got to say, in particular, by contrast to some of the other projects in the region, you've had what appears to be a remarkable startup. What's driving that? Is that you? Is that the partnership? Is that learnings from the country? Like, how is it that this is going as well as it is?
Yeah, I think we have our joint venture partner, Lithium Argentina CEO Sam is here. Maybe shall we ask him to join the talk?
Welcome to the stage, Sam Pigott, CEO of Lithium Argentina.
Thanks, guys. That seemed very organic. Well done.
So maybe, Sam, you could tell us a little bit about just the startup at Cauchari.
I mean, as Xiaoshen said in the presentation, it was pretty remarkable to get to over 90% nameplate capacity in just over a year after mechanical completion. I think, to answer your question, but Xiaoshen, feel free to provide your response, this is a reflection of the partnership. I think partnerships are really important in this industry. This is an industry that needs to grow very quickly from a relatively small base and a fairly shallow talent pool. There are some great companies out there doing really innovative work. Ganfeng obviously brings a tremendous amount of history and experience with processing. And I think from LIO's perspective, our experience in the upstream wells, ponds, as well as kind of local operating knowledge, I think this partnership is fundamental to the success we've had at Cauchari.
Yeah.
I don't know if you agree, Xiaoshen. Hopefully
Yeah, I
you
agree.
do.
Fully agree. I fully agree.
I've got to say, look, we're here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia today, and the kingdom has outlined a vision for what they're going to build in Saudi Arabia over the coming decade that is extraordinarily ambitious. And one of the things that I think about seeing the two of you on stage is how you've managed to bring that to Argentina, which is a country that's also going through an absolutely enormous arc in terms of ramping up its own production of lithium from very little a few years ago, but enormous geological potential, to something that's really emerging as perhaps one of the dominant forces in lithium extraction. Can you tell me a little bit, both from a Chinese perspective and from a Western perspective? Swiss now, yeah, I almost said Canadian. What it's been like, bringing expertise to a country and putting boots on the ground and building that local knowledge and building up that. How's that worked?
I think this is, you're right, that's absolutely is not easy part, because there's lots of, I would say, hurdles or barriers. Biggest is, for instance, the language barrier, the culture barrier. You need to have to bring the expertise into the different countries, work with the local people. It's always challenging in the beginning. So maybe
I mean, I think our approach has been to really work with the local talent base. It's, Ganfeng emphasizes this. It's, globalization through localization. And so, Ganfeng has provided very experienced people to manage this project, LAR likewise, but it's really about empowering the local force, training them up. This is Caucharí is a 40-year project, so it's critical that we develop the knowledge base locally, and the same is going to happen with PPG. We're going from 40,000 tons, which is a very significant achievement, to over 200,000 tons over the next 5 to 10 years. And we're only going to be able to do that by developing the talent internal to Argentina.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I feel like most companies, most investors, most project owners that I encounter feel like they have a decision to make, whether they're going to work with a Chinese party or a Western party. You're a really interesting example of working together. I mean, is that a model for the rest of the world?
Yeah, I think Ganfeng, we like the joint venture model. For instance, our first project in Australian is also the joint venture with the local company Mineral Resource. We have a joint venture partner. So we like to copy that model in the different part of the world as well. We think this is the way to bring different talents together and also to work together with the local. I think the local teams, as Sam said, is very crucial. So you will be there for 30, 40 years. You have to build up your local team, local talents.
And Sam, any thoughts on working together, in Argentina with the Chinese partner? How has that been as from a Western perspective?
I mean, the results speak for themselves. We produce, nameplate capacity sub $6,000 a ton. Our objective here is to service global customers, and from an execution standpoint, I think the evidence is strongly in favor of this partnership and partnerships like it. Again, this is an industry that's growing very quickly. I think there are groups with tremendous technology, groups with tremendous ability to develop resources. Very few groups have it all under one roof. So from a political perspective, I mean, it's not that we're naive and we're completely discounting that, but our objective is to deliver carbonate to global customers, or lithium units to global customers, at the most competitive cost we can deliver it.
And I guess a question for both of you, and we've got 4 minutes left here, and I promised to leave a minute or two for questions from the audience. But maybe just before we get there, you're embarking on what feels like a very significant strategy in Argentina to grow from where you are now, which is already pretty remarkable, and more than triple that capacity. Can you tell me a little bit about, as you tack forward, what the lessons have been from the past and how you're going to approach that differently than what you've done so far? I know DLE was one of the things you mentioned.
Yeah, very good question. I think besides the technology, we probably will develop the new technologies such as DLE. And also I think, as always, you have to built up your capability of the local team, not only the operational, but also the construction. But this is also important. We learned the lessons from the last several years.
Sam, anything on your side?
I mean, leveraging the team we built at Caucharí XR. It's a very impressive team. I think we're developing some really incredible talent from a managerial perspective, and the goal is for these people to then go out and populate the new joint ventures and the new expansions and continue to build our talent base locally. From a technology perspective, I think Ganfeng's contributed a lot in terms of how we look at the flow sheet going forward for the expansion for PPG. There's certain areas, obviously, where the industry and the technology is developed. We think we can evolve the flow sheet to become a bit more of a hybrid, to eliminate certain uses of reagents, lower our costs, improve the purity of lithium chloride that we produce out of an SX plant and then into carbonation. But I think it comes down to human talent in Argentina, and just building off the tremendous base of talent that we've developed in Caucharí.
That's great. I think we've got a minute left here. Maybe I'll open up to questions from the audience.
Hello. Great presentation. Thank you very much. I just wanted to pick on DLE. Do you see DLE being used worldwide in the near or medium future as a way to produce lithium carbonate or lithium chloride across all types of deposit categories, being brines, clays, and spodumene?
I think it's DLE probably will easily to be commercialized with brine resource, which has already been done in China. China has the most challenging chemistry of the brine. So China over the last 20 years has developed the process for the DLE. So the brine process needs to be customized. Each brine have different composition of the chemistries, and so need to customize. But DLE also has their restraints. For instance, currently we have extraction, we have absorptions, but some of the absorption DLE process require a huge amount of fresh water. So in some regions, there will be actually fresh water is the bottleneck, not the lithium resource. So you have to customize your process just to suitable for the particular projects. Maybe in the future there will be more like absorption, extraction, actually already being used in the lithium chemical productions, no matter it's from spodumene or is it from clay, no matter the source. But in the chemical process, is already using membrane, all those technology already being used.
We might have time for one more.
Good afternoon. In your energy storage business, are you using any vanadium? And if so,
No.
Okay. I was going to ask where you source it from. Okay.
Very short answer.
Okay, guys, I think we're up on time. Thank you both so much. Congratulations on a absolutely incredible start to 2026, and we're going to be looking forward to seeing how this presentation evolves when we're back at FMF next year.
Okay, thank you.
Don't want to. والله نور ها.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jay Hembrow, and this is my colleague and dear friend, Ali Al-Turki. We are delighted, well, I am delighted to be here to be interviewing my colleague and dear friend, Ali. I should admit a small conflict of interest. Ali and I are colleagues, and earlier this week we announced the launch of a new $300 million metals and mining and services fund focused on the kingdom. So the title of the fireside chat that we are engaging with today is about how Saudi family offices and Saudi private and non-institutional funds are looking at the investment in the mining and metals and services space. So I will be asking Ali about that, but we'll also allow us a bit of time to talk about our fund as well, because we're very keen to talk about our announcement. By way of short background, I run a business in London called Verdigris Strategic, which is a metals and mining advisory business. We advise a number of funds and corporates around the world. And I'll let Ali introduce himself.
Good. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the organizers for having us here. I think this is our 5th FMF, and I think every year progress has been amazing. I think by number of people, it's becoming bigger and bigger. And honestly, the organization here is second to none. I've been to a few where it was a bit messy, so I honestly applaud to FMF for doing this the right way. So we're a family business in Saudi. Mainly we're in oil and gas, oil field services traditionally. We have a large construction group within the group as well. And basically we started private equity back in 2008. Traditionally, we started in oil field services, making bets in companies, service companies and technologies that basically came to Saudi Arabia prior to giving them really good contracts with Aramco and what have you. The evolution became services when it comes to downstream, and then we started doing a lot of industrial services type. And we liked the consolidation model because it gives you a lot of stickiness with the clients, and it basically gives you cash flow forecasts for us. With the opening of the mining sector in Saudi Arabia, we saw that there's a very interesting growth with the level of services that are needed, given the number of licenses available there. So I think it's a very nice consolidation opportunity.
So Ali, as always, is being very humble. He has created in his previous funds a number of real champions, and most recently a champion for oil and gas services. And we are very much looking forward to repeat that success with lessons learned for the metals and mining sector. So I suppose my first question, Ali, to you, wearing more in the family office hat, is why Saudi mining and why now?
It's a good question. I mean, I remember when I was younger and we'd go visit what used to be the Ministry of Oil, and the mining was under it. There was ambition, but there was not actual, let's say, policy or a path forward. Most of the work was basically oil and gas at the time. But today with Vision 2030, it's no secret, and we say this openly and publicly, mining is going to be the third pillar of the Saudi economy. When the whole world is going green, electric, and what have you, oil and gas will always be the backbone of the country. Energy transition globally is very important. As a Saudi, I like to call it energy addition. For us, the opportunity to capture locally is unheard of in different industries that we like. So we see a lot of potential of putting companies together, getting contracts from the licenses holders. And I think, this is not a one hit and run. This is basically a 20, 30, 40-year development here. So we see long-term play within this sector.
And developing that discussion, Ali, so how does the Saudi family office think about risk in the context of metals and mining?
So basically, from our experience in our funds, we're a traditional fund. The typical numbers, we typically don't hold anything for more than 5 years on our average. It's a 7-year fund with 2 1-year extensions, and we promise circa 20 to 25% IRR. So our typical investor likes to see cash flow, likes to see essentiality, and again, I said customer stickiness with bundled services. If you invest in a company that does one-line service, you'll take that contract, you might renew it or not. But if you go to a client like Ma'aden or Aramco, for argument's sake, with a consolidation of 10 different services lines, you can really forecast your cash flows every time you get an extension. So it's visibility on cash flow, which is very important.
And I think I would add that that aligns very well with one, institutional capital that we've spent the last year talking to, but also some of the foreign direct investment opportunities. How do you think the FDI approach is different to the Saudi approach?
I mean, if you're an international family office, I mean, forget large institutions who already have their way of doing things, but if you're a family office sitting in the US or the UK or Asia, what are the best ways of entering the Saudi market? You either, I mean, you can go and buy a stock, now it's open to everybody, or you can follow investments within international institutions that have setups in Saudi Arabia, or you find a very strong family that you trust that could help you get over the way, or you invest in platforms like the ones we have, given the track record and history and the list of investors that we have.
And maybe some lessons learned in terms of the champion that you've created in the most recent fund in Apex as an oil and gas services business. How would you translate the lessons learned into metals and mining services?
So when we, for example, in our last fund, we've acquired a number of different 100% Saudi businesses within the industrial services scape. So these are basically companies that go into refineries, petrochemical facilities, what have you, and they do a one-stop shop: chemical cleaning, industrial services, nitrogen services, sludge treatment, decontamination, a lot of corrosion works, and what have you. So when one of these refineries does a shutdown, we want to give them a one-stop shop rather than having like 20, 30, 40 services providers. Today, there are 3 or 4, and we're happy to say that we're one of them. Within the mining segment, I think we can use that same model on the upstream services side. So we were lucky enough 4 years ago to introduce a large mining company that did a joint venture with Ma'aden, and they created a 50-50 JV with Ma'aden in Saudi Arabia to explore. And very quickly we saw that the services were not there. So they needed rigs, they needed geo-services, they needed trained people, they needed mobile camps and laboratory services, and the list goes on. And we saw, why don't we consolidate a few of those and build sort of like a local champion for creating these, for supplying these services, basically.
The great metaphor that you've used previously is that the kingdom has built the hotel, but they paid less attention to room service.
Yeah, so I was speaking with one of our large mining partners, and he was telling me they built a 6-star hotel, very friendly mining law. The country is extremely safe. I cannot stress safety and security are essential for anyone living or anyone actually doing business. The rule of law works. Foreign investments are here. Everybody's in Saudi Arabia. But again, they gave the licenses out. It's like building a 6-star hotel, but now you need the services. You need somebody to do the valet driving, you need somebody to do the dry cleaning, you need somebody to do the room service, and these are essential to actually get to where you want to go. I was just looking at the number of licenses given over the last 4 years. It's in the 2000s. And if you look at the expirations ones just last year, I think it's about 200. Who's going to do the work? And that's why I think it's much easier than oil and gas, less risk averse. It's first mover and getting best-in-class companies from abroad to come in the country. And I think we have a very nice opportunity here.
So, Ali and I were both here at the first FMF, which was a momentous occasion. And I remember the key driver for the ministry at that time was to attract the majors to come to Saudi and to look at the opportunities that were possible here. And I think the lesson learned over the past 4 or 5 years is actually the best people for driving exploration are not the majors, it's the juniors.
The juniors.
It's facilitating a more hungry, a more aggressive audience. And that, how does that fit as an opportunity for Saudi investment in terms of looking at the much smaller groups, number one, and groups with a sort of decade-plus time frame?
I think, I mean, I'm only 5 years into mining. I think I made one investment in 2005 totally by luck, and thank God it was in gold and silver, so we're very happy. But within Saudi Arabia, basically, what I understand is junior miners have a requirement to get funding, have a requirement, or they want to have local partners that can help them navigate Saudi Arabia, rules, regulations, developing businesses, what have you, but most importantly, funding. So I think it's a very good opportunity for Saudi families and businessmen to actually partner up with these junior miners and grow with them. But if you're one of the giants, I mean, they do something directly with Ma'aden or what have you. And my understanding, I know they actually are more, let's say, risk averse and to actually starting investing in mines rather than large companies that have a certain criteria for investments into exploration. So the more junior miners we have, the more I think a lot of things are going to happen on the ground.
And one of the questions I was asked to ask you is, what would be your sort of top one or two bits of advice to anyone looking to raise capital in the metals and mining space in Saudi, particularly from a non-institutional audience?
Governance is very important. We've heard a lot of people coming in not doing their due diligence, but the governance is not there. There's also a lot of investments that went into two fund managers managing, one asset. And we've seen, in the last 2 years, at least 8 or 9 really bad divorces. Has to be one platform. Both sides have to own the same GV, the same GP level, so interests are aligned when it comes to that. But having, two different entities managing one fund doesn't really work, because we've seen it not work in Saudi Arabia, and this is clear from institutional investments that has happened over the last 2 years. The minute they get the funding, they start doing investments, and then they start fighting. So at least here, we're both GPs in the same vehicle. As opposed to two funds coming in, two management companies coming in, and they have it separately. So.
And if flipping it around, that we're not seeking to attract capital from an audience, but we are seeking to promote Saudi as opposed to other jurisdictions, how would you sell the kingdom's benefits to the FDI audience?
Yeah, I think I was thinking about it last night, but where in the world do you have policy, capital, and execution going in the same direction? Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I've been with the family in many different jurisdictions, and I always come back to Saudi. It's a safe place to put your investment, and it's a very nice place to generate generational wealth, basically.
So I've hogged the opportunity to ask Ali questions. Anyone in the floor with any questions for Ali or me?
I'd like to ask a question to you. So I mean, this is completely one-sided. Why do you think it's a good opportunity to invest in mining in Saudi Arabia? Given he's been in mining since he was 15, so you can imagine the question.
So I think, as you said, there is a lot of, actually unprecedented. I've been around this industry for too long, but I've also been into many jurisdictions across Europe, across Africa, in Australasia, in Russia, all over the place. The level of governmental support for what we're doing in metals and mining as part of the alignment with Vision 2030 is unprecedented. Whether it's the government supporting us in providing capital, whether it's the government engaging with us and seeking advice in terms of policy, on licensing, on environmental issues, whether it's the government engaging with us in terms of issuing us land and site opportunities for beneficiation plants. Our fund is looking at investing in midstream, downstream beneficiation, and it's a very simple ask. We want to build a new plant to process a critical mineral, and we have been offered sites with power connections, water connections, permissions, proximity to all of the infrastructure you need. So I think the most important thing is government, but also I think we all know the phenomenal energy wealth that the kingdom has. I think we are only scratching the sides of what the kingdom has by way of mineral wealth. You see the amount of explorers and things here today. And undoubtedly there will be some failures in the process of seeking to find opportunities. But I think the scope to find new opportunities and new opportunities at scale is a very good reason for everyone to come here.
I mean, if I can add to that as well, and I think it's worth mentioning, because a lot of people come in and they don't really see a lot of the incentives that Saudi Arabia gives. So I really urge you to go into the Ministry of Mining portal and see all of the incentives that you can get from getting a license and start drilling. The SIDF has very good incentives for beneficiation and processing for plants and what have you. Even on private equity. I mean, my last fund was backed by a PIF subsidiary called Jeddah, which is the fund of funds. Their job is to basically enhance the PE ecosystem in Saudi Arabia. And then they have another one called SVC to enhance the venture capital in Saudi Arabia. So they're very helpful, and a lot of their requirements are come to Saudi, build it in Saudi, and show that your investments trickle down to Saudi to create local jobs, local content, transfer of tech, and basically hiring Saudis. So I think there's a lot to be said about these programs. All right, please.
Hi, wonderful conversation, thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Caravalla of World. We're developing mining robots for autonomous end-to-end mining in underground and open pit mines. When we're looking at $2 to $3 trillion of potential reserves in the kingdom, this is a hyperscale challenge and problem. No hyperscale sector change has ever happened without the adoption of fundamentally phase change technology. What is the appetite in the kingdom for that level of technological risk in a traditionally conservative sector and in a culture and a region that is traditionally technologically risk averse?
So the robots that you do what exactly?
Excavation, energy beam preconditioning, and exploration.
Okay. So there's a number of incubators in Saudi Arabia that actually back these things. So if you go to the, Aramco has a few of them. And we've seen, that's why I asked about the type of robots. I saw a robotics company that basically goes into the offshore platform and basically measures the corrosion and the integrity of the steel under the water, basically. And I think Aramco backed it. And I don't know where it is right now. But when we came back to them, the valuation was already 6 months later. I should have done it before. But anyways, we don't look back, we look forward. In Riyadh, you've got King Abdulaziz City of Science and Technology. They have a wonderful program. It's actually called the Garage. And you have, they give you space, they give you the ecosystem, and basically, in some cases, they fund you as well. And with the hope, these technologies basically gets to commercialization. And there's an application form that you can go and you can do and what have you. In our previous fund, we invested in one technology that came out of the US. It's called Gecko Robotics, and simply because it had line of sight on its revenue. It was already approved by 3 major oil companies in the region. and we decided to ride the wave. And potentially, if they put a setup in Saudi Arabia, we'd like to be their JV partner locally, basically. So it has to have something that trickles to Saudi, basically, when it comes to our mandate. But again, there's a lot of incubation and a lot of interest. There's also one in the West Coast, in Kaust, if I'm not mistaken. So they also develop new technologies that could essentially be used in Kingdom. Thank you. We're meeting tomorrow, eh?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. Oliver Gunasek from Impossible Metals. We're kind of a moonshot style startup, and I wondered, you know, we're doing deep sea mining, we're using new technology.
You're the Star Wars guys. This is what we dub you internally.
Yeah. But how does the Kingdom and family offices think about that? Obviously, risks are higher, but we think we're disrupting $1 trillion market. I mean, you know, the 4 metals we are harvesting is $500 billion last year and growing, and we think we can own a big share of that. In fact, I'm ambitious enough to say I want to build a company bigger than BHP, which is obviously a huge stretch. But I wondered, is moonshot something that family offices would consider, or is the risk profile not the right fit?
Apologies, we're going to have to be quick because we're actually on the stage in 3 minutes doing our announcement of our fund, and happy to follow it up with you. But I think to the point about incubator, I completely agree with what Ali said. There is a lot of support here for new technology, and I think in terms of ambitions to create a moonshot, this is a place to do it. You know, this is the world of opportunity in terms of the resource, in terms of the capital for it, in terms of what I was saying was the governmental support for it. So let's talk. Guys, thank you very, very much. Unfortunately, we're due to be with His Excellency doing our fund announcement. So we're going to have to run. But thank you very much for listening to us.
good afternoon again, everybody. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our next group of speakers from the Lundin Group of companies. We have Adam Lundin, the chair of Lundin Group. He's going to make some prepared remarks about the Lundin Group of companies, and then we're going to move into one of their more exciting companies in the group called Montage Gold. So we'll go from there, but please take it away, Adam.
Thanks, Brian. It's great to be here. We thought we'd give a quick overview on the group, and then one of the most exciting companies in the group is what Martino and Petter's here and what they're doing with Montage. So I'll let Martino talk about that. But the Lundin Group is about 50 years old, or just over that. My grandfather started the business. And it was pretty simple philosophy. Natural resources are finite, and the world is growing. And to help people, improve the quality of life, the best way is to, develop assets and get those raw materials to society. And so with that is a high barrier of entry, and the way he could get involved was really through exploration and wildcatting. And so we started in the oil and gas space, and then we went into the mining space. And my dad and uncle were able to turn some of those exploration successes into real businesses. And now you see the map behind me. We're across the globe. We have 10 publicly listed companies, and it's a very exciting time to be in the space, especially seeing where commodity prices are. But we started Montage about 2 years ago with Martino coming in as CEO, and we brought the best builder I know, Petter, in as well, and it's been full steam ahead. But this is the list of the 10 companies. We try and not just have one big conglomerate. I think, you can let investors choose. If you want gold, there's Lundin Gold, copper with Lundin Mining, zinc and tungsten with Fireweed. We just try to diversify. We think that's the best way to put these assets and companies into their own vehicles, and the best way to benefit stakeholder and shareholder value and maximize that value by having them in independent companies. So excited about that. We have the Vicuña. I can touch on this, but maybe we can get going on Montage quickly. Where are we? You have your own deck?
Yeah, I have my own deck. Great, thank you, Adam, for the intro. I'll stand so I can see the slides.
Maybe I went too far back.
Can we put the other deck on, please? Okay. Well, while we wait for the other deck, so in February of 2024, the team and I, after having built one of the larger producers in Africa, top 10 globally, we decided to leave our previous jobs to go look for the next opportunity, with the goal of building a new Africa business focused in Africa. With the support of Adam, we started to scan for assets in Africa and finally landed on Montage Gold. So what we saw with Montage Gold was the ability to have a sizable project over almost 400,000 ounces per year, low cost, below $1,200 per ounce, long mine life in a country, Côte d'Ivoire, that we knew very well. So the team and I joined in February of 2024, and since then we've been moving along the project very quickly. So, great, thanks for the slides. We'll need this to be able to turn though. Great. Perfect. So looking at the opportunity, what we saw, so we started with an asset in Côte d'Ivoire. Why Côte d'Ivoire? This is a place where we can move very quickly. If you have the right teams and capabilities, these are countries that are very supportive of mining and see the social and economic potential that we can unlock in the region. So if you take a look across the world, it takes on average almost 16 years and climbing to go from first discovery to production. And in Côte d'Ivoire, there's been many cases which we were involved with that took less than 10 years. So just as a recap, we joined in February of 2024. We got our environmental permit a few months later, mining permit 4 months later, brought strategic shareholders on board, Lundin, Zhejiang afterwards, secured $950 million of financing, staffed a team, redid engineering, and launched construction last year. So now we expect to be in production on oxide circuit by late this year, which would be a very quick turnaround and a great way to unlock value. Beyond that, we've been looking at how do we build a pipeline, and we're very happy with late last year to have announced the acquisition of African Gold that brings our next project in Côte d'Ivoire to be built. Recap of where we are, we're in what's starting to be considered as a strong mining jurisdiction and really a mining camp. To the north of us is Sissingué, that's Perseus, Barrick had Tongon, and to the south of us is Fortuna with Séguéla. What's very interesting is that all those stats you see on that page is just with 2 deposits. In the last 18 months, we've added 9 new deposits and climbing. So we expect to significantly boost production beyond the study that showed 800,000 ounces per year. It was very important for us, for our first build, to build it obviously on time, on budget, but also to become relevant in the space. So with a production profile of over 300,000 ounces per year, it means day one, we become relevant. What that means is we're important for our host countries, but also for investors, which means that we're able to get the support required afterwards to grow out our business. So today we have one of the largest assets being built worldwide and by far the largest in a single asset company. Looking at the production profile, we have the first year is roughly 330,000 ounces per year. Again, that was the study just based on 2 deposits. In the coming weeks and months, we'll be adding new deposits with the goal of updating this mine plan later this year. So we see capacity to go closer to the 400,000 ounce per year mark. The reason for that is we've been working on how to improve the asset based on a 2-fold approach. One, bringing higher grade deposits and resources into the mine plan. That's being done 2-fold. One, with the higher grade discoveries that have been found on the property, but also last year we did roughly 60,000 meters of infill drilling, which shows that the grade of the 2 existing deposits is improving. On the other hand, we've been working on operational enhancements. We expect the throughput to be well above the 11 million tons per year that was in the study, given all the changes to the design that's already been done. We've added an oxide circuit, which allows us to start early, but also gives us the operating flexibility to go all oxides or all hard ore. That also allows us to start production early on oxide startup later this year. Lastly, we went owner mining. So this gives us the capacity to quickly shift our mine plan without renegotiating with a mining contractor to be able to add those high-grade deposits into the mine plan. In addition, we're seeing better OPEX going owner mining, and we have all vendor finance, so no additional CapEx up front. On the exploration front, very exciting. So last year we were supposed to do 90,000 meters of drilling. Finally, we did 120,000 meters of drilling. On the property, there's over 50 targets that have been identified. We've drill tested about half of them, and all of them came back with high-grade intercepts. So in the last 18 months, we've added 9 to resource stage and several more coming. This year, we have a budget to do roughly the same as last year, circa 100,000 meters of drilling. Looking at the construction side, we already have over 60% of the capital committed to date. No surprises on the CapEx side. On the construction side, we're also very well on time, if not sooner. There's a few pictures there, but I'll show this zoomed-in version. Really get a scale of it. From one end to the other there is about 1.2 kilometers, so we expect to do at least over 11 million tons per year. The mill started to arrive, in fact, on site in the last several days, so now it's full steam ahead to first gold pour later this year. What we like with the story we've created is that there's a lot of optionality that we've created. So you don't only have exposure to the exploration that we're doing at Montage, but you also have exposure to the partnerships that we've entered into in the last 18 months. So across our group and our investments, there was over 300 50,000 meters of drilling done last year, which is on par with the largest companies in the region. So we have a stake in Aurum that are just up the road to where we are. African Gold, which I'll talk about in the next slide, as we took a stake into them in March of last year, 17% stake. But we also negotiated operatorship, which meant that we were able to do the drilling ourselves and fully understand the asset before making a bid for it. And then lastly, we have a nearly 20% stake in Sanyu, which is Greenfields Exploration in Guinea, another country just next door that has strong geological potential. Quick word on African Gold. So the DD project, when we invested, it had about 500,000 ounces of resources. That was in March, doubled to 1 million ounces by June of last year at good grades, over 2 grams. Since then, we launched 40,000 meters of drilling, and all those drill results were coming back very positive. So last year, being the operator, we decided to drill it to either see what's there or kill it. So we went 200 meters step out, 400 meters. We went deep. We tested other targets, and we did metallurgy. And when all of that came back positive, the share price or the market cap was still in a very interesting spot that left lots of upside for the acquirer. So we decided to step in. Our team's very excited because we can progress now to our pace, which might be quicker than others. Get to a resource, studies, etc., with the goal of being able to move our in-house construction team from one project to the next. So because we're doing it in-house, we already have over 2,000 employees that are montage employees. We have over 100 machine equipments. So we can quickly start up and realize significant synergies by moving to one project to the next. What's been very rewarding as well is to be able to not only unlock value for our shareholders, but for all our stakeholders, including the communities in which we operate in. So we have over 90% of our workforce that's local. We started our training programs well ahead of launching construction, and you have a few pictures there that demonstrate it. So for us, it's, we're able to move quickly because we have strong government support, but it's also because we have the strong support of the communities and local regions around us. So to conclude, why it's not just a question of invest, but why partner with us, whether you're an investor or host government, employees, etc. It's because we're here to unlock value for everyone, and we can move quickly. So I know there's lots of people in the room, so for all those in the room that are governments, we would welcome the opportunity to come explore in your country. We're serious. We do things quickly and in the right way. If you're investors, we've seen that this is just the start. We have a good project with Koné that's getting better, and beyond that, there's the ambition to build a pipeline. So with that, we'll leave it for some questions.
Thanks for that, Adam and Martino. If we have any questions immediately from the floor, please raise your hand so a microphone can be brought forward. Maybe we'll just kick off with one, starting with Adam and then moving to Martino. The last slide in your deck there, Adam, showed the Lundin Foundation, having met with many of the Lundin group of companies in the past. I know it's an integral part of how you do business in all the countries that you operate in. Can you maybe give us some of the initiatives that you've launched on recently and how they've impacted things, and then perhaps move over to Martino and how the Lundin Foundation is helping out with Montage specifically?
Yeah, no, the Lundin Foundation has been integral to the Lundin Group's success. We have Aaron Johnstone, who's running the foundation today. I think, can you help sustainable businesses around the mine site flourish? So, for instance, in Ecuador with Fruta del Norte, we helped start a local catering company, help them get off the ground, give them the contract to the mine, and then allow them to diversify and go out and do business with other entities other than just mining companies. One day this Fruta del Norte, not for a long time, but that mine life will be exhausted. And then developing a sustainable business where they can go and cater not just to one mining business, but other sectors within the region. And so that's been very impactful, and we look to replicate that wherever, other companies are in different jurisdictions. You help do a gap analysis and see what is a sustainable business that you can help get started that is going to survive longer than the mine life. You see a lot of these stories in, mining towns or mining centers where the mine closes up and then, turns into a ghost town. Can you stop that from happening and have other businesses that are sustainable?
Yeah, I think I'd like to zoom out a little bit on your question, as it's not just the Lundin Foundation. It's, when we started this, we're still a small company, but we were even tiny before. And our ability to do what we've done in the last less than 2 years is also because we feel like we're not alone. We feel like we're part of a wider group with the Lundin Group, the other companies, the boards that we put in place. It's people that have been there, done that. So you take Ron, who built up Lundin Gold, and there's lessons learned along the way. You have Alessandro, who was the CFO for a number of these companies that have gone through the financing processes. So all along the way, there's examples and people that you can have not just conversations but real several day workshops on here's where we're going with things, and to have that type of peer review. So I feel like sometimes we have our board that has significant experience. Jeremy Langford joined our board recently. He's built 4 or 5 mines in West Africa, Artemis recently, so coming off of live examples. So these are all current examples of how it could impact our business as well. And then we have all these shadow boards with other managements that can weigh in. They're all invested even personally into it, so it's a common, it's our success is everybody else's success. So whether it's the Lundin Foundation with experiences, lessons learned from other countries, technical experience, financing experience, and now that we're looking at operational readiness, there's a lot of we can leverage all of that knowledge base to be able to accelerate our own story.
And I'm going to ask a completely unfair question of you, Martino. Has it been more important in your ramp up at Koné to have the right asset in hand, or to have the right people, some of which coming from the Lundin Group and some of which being sort of fostered internally?
Well, I think it's a very fair question, and we had the opportunity to, start backwards. Sometimes you have you're a management team, you set up a company, you do exploration, and you find something, and you hope it's the best you can find, right? In our case, we wanted to leave our previous jobs. We wanted to be entrepreneurial. First thing we did was surround ourselves with the right shareholders and then the right people we wanted to work with, whether the management team, the shareholder base, etc. And then we went out and started to scan for assets. We were sometimes you can't time markets, but we were in a market 2 years ago where projects were deeply undervalued. No one wanted to invest in projects. So we had ample options to choose from. And ultimately, we chose an asset that could have 400,000 ounces plus per year, already plus 10-year mine life, low cost, a country that we can advance well, and strong exploration potential. So you need all those ingredients. It's not just one or the other. I can tell you that if it was just Adam on our team and we had a very low quality asset, it wouldn't be the same story at all.
So maybe continuing on the Montage piece, the strategic partnerships that you have toeholds in them. It seems to be a model that many mining companies are following at the moment. I guess what would you publicly say about your end goals with those partnerships? Are they good the way they are? Are they things that you plan to dilute down with time as other parties become more interested, or are they things that are going to be folded into Montage eventually, perhaps?
For me or for...
Go for it.
Okay. Look, I think when you enter into a partnership, you can only call it a partnership if you have the intent to be a long-term partner. Otherwise, it's the corner store lending bank, right? It's you want to be working with partners that can support you through one build, the next acquisition, and then to build out the next decade. So I think we have that with our partners, whether it be the Lundin family, Zhejiang, and Wheaton, and same with the host countries in which we're partnered with. We can do a lot of things quickly because all that trust has now been established.
And maybe one for you, Adam. When does the Lundin Group make a decision to start a new company for a thematic, for lack of a better description, and when does an asset come along that you would then rather fold into an existing company? How do you make that portfolio work?
Yeah, it's a bit different for every case, but it always starts with the people and the team. Like when talking to Martino and Petter and wanting to do something, I think sometimes finding a good team to lead an organization is as hard as finding a good deposit. So, I mean, maybe you have a deposit that makes sense with a good team that's already within the group that's established, or like this opportunity talking to Martino and Petter, and it's, hey, like, we're going to leave Endeavor, we want to go and build something. Do you want to partner? And you see these guys' enthusiasm. You say, okay, what are you looking at? And they have a list of assets they want to go after, and we sit down and look at the quality and see what we can advance quickly and create the most shareholder value off. And so it really depends case by case. I think if Martino and Petter came to me and they wanted to focus on a different commodity, we'd still do it. I think we've been fortunate that these guys have been in the gold space and have proven and built mines, operated mines, and I guess we were fortunate now with the run in gold that they wanted to focus on gold. But it will depend if it's, is it a copper asset? Do we want to grow? Does that belong in a current business? Or, does someone like Martino and Petter and the team come and say, okay, let's go and do something, and you back them to find the right asset?
Well, I guess we're talking quite well. We've got cheers coming from next door there. But I guess the next question I have is, I ran the Mining 101 yesterday, in this room, and one of the things we highlighted was the difficulty of building mines. And we've spoken a bit about the team, but is it a Montage team that is able to do other things with Montage, or is it a Lundin Group team that can then be deployed separately to other assets, or is it a little bit of both?
Yeah, it's definitely, a bit of both. Like Ron Hochstein leading Lundin Gold for 10 years and successfully, building that and getting it in production and being, one of the low-cost mining companies in the space, and seeing that come to fruition, and then, Ron wanting to do it again, Jamie Beck wanting to get producing experience coming off the sale of Filo, was able to move him into Lundin Gold and then have Ron come and run Vicuña. So it all depends at the stage people's careers are at and the opportunities they want to go after. But I think that's a huge benefit. What makes the group successful is the people in the group, and maybe you're at a company and you want to go get experience elsewhere or replicate it, you just have that agility to be able to shuffle talent.
And perhaps you, Martino, with the proven mine builders that you've got, how do you then transition to steady state operation in the next couple of years? Is that anticipated to be, you mentioned it's owner mining, is that anticipated to be people that you already have on staff that step into more senior roles, or is that the group that you've got staying where they are? How do you transition from that sort of firefighting, bucket chemistry, building a mine to let's get this optimized to the next 1% recovery and so on and so forth?
Yeah, it's all about getting set up the right way day one. So you don't want to be firefighting this in 2 years. I mean, at that point, you would have messed up the ramp up. So, for us this year, in fact, started last year when we had the board on site to look at operational readiness. So I'll give you one stat. I mean, we now have 2,000 people within the company. We still have a Newsday recruiter. Just shows that people want to work with us. When we joined Montage, in fact, we had pitched to we had our first board, and we showed an organigram, etc., that had construction all the way to ops, and there was already a whole bunch of names earmarked around head of positions and then key roles. And they're like, well, did you guys hire out all the team already? No, it's earmarked. And slowly, as we get to that stage, those people have been, wanting to come across. So I think if you have again, the right ingredients, the right shareholders, the right story, the right assets, people will naturally gravitate towards you, and then you're able to hire, the people that are not just working for a salary, but people that want to build a legacy.
And we have 1 or 2 minutes. If anybody has a question, please raise your hand so a microphone can be brought forward. Maybe just with the last minute that we have, given that we're at the Future Minerals Forum, typically we speak at gold or sort of more traditional metals conferences. Maybe you could give us a little bit more on Fireweed, what's going on there as another highlight company.
Yeah, Fireweed was about 1,000 square kilometer land package up in the Yukon. We were very focused on the Tom and Jason deposits, zinc and silver deposits, and then we were able to buy a tungsten project off Northwest Territories adjacent to our land package. And we bought that, and it being the highest grade, largest resource tungsten deposit globally, and seeing critical metals become even more critical, we got excited about that. It's the first time in my career that we've gotten grants from the U.S. government and grants from the Canadian government to help us expedite that project. And so we'll be looking to put out a feasibility study this year and continue to hit it hard to try and bring this tungsten to market.
And unless there's another quick question from the audience, please join me in thanking Adam and Martino. I don't know what's going on.
Me voy a poner un poquito más así para...
All right. Thank you, everyone. My name is Rahim Bapu. I'm Managing Director at BMO Capital Markets, and it is my pleasure to welcome to the stage Luis Herrera, CEO of Volcan. And I'm going to give you the podium and let you take us away.
Great, thanks, Reem. First, thanks for having us here. Thanks, everybody, for listening. A little bit change of gear after Lundin. I'm going to introduce our company and give you a little bit of oversight why you should be investing in us and what are the plans for the future and maybe where the next opportunities arise. So to start, Volcan is a Peruvian mining company. Operates through 5 mining units. We have 5 concentrator plants, 1 leaching plant, and we also generate a ton of hydropower. 11 hydro plants, 3 more hydro projects for 45 megawatts. And we do hold a big chunk of land around the most technologically advanced and newer port in the South Pacific Sea, the Chancay Port. So expectations over there is that all the commercial land that's going to make that investment grow, supported by COSCO Shipping is going to be done in this area. So what's the company numbers? We have almost 2 million tons of zinc reserves, 100 million ounces of silver, and a little bit over 500,000 tons of lead. Last year, we produced 240,000 tons of zinc, 40 million ounces of silver, 64,000 tons of lead. So our sales by metal are a bit skewed by the price. Right now, our sales attributed to silver are closer to 40-45% with a beautiful $92 per ounce price as of today. But under more average prices for the last 12 months, which are much, much lower, we have net sales of over $1 billion and an EBITDA of $500 million with 40% EBITDA margin. We have a very strong balance sheet, 1.1 times net debt over EBITDA, which supports what we're going to be doing in the next 5, 10, and 15 years in the company, which basically supports this opportunity to invest. Just to go a little bit deeper, our 5 mining units, we have the most important thing to focus on what we're trying to talk about here is about how long-lived our assets are. We have, in most of our complex, way over 10 years of life, closer to 20 years of lives in most of the company. And in the Cerro de Pasco mining unit, which is the leaching plant, we don't show a life of mine, but this is a plant that treats old stockpiles, and there's 15 years there at much lower prices. So you're probably talking about 20 years there as well. To put this in context, Volcan is the second zinc and silver producer in Peru, top 10 zinc producer in the world, and for the last 12 months, we were the 13th silver producer in the world. For next year, for this year, actually, we expect to be somewhere over here with closer to 16 million ounces of silver produced per year, making us jump into the 10 largest silver producer companies in the world. And that's on an actual running rate, without accounting for some of the optionality and upside I'm going to show you throughout the next slides. So what are the bases for this company and our optimism and us portraying it to you is a good investment and a good place to put your attention? What I've just mentioned about there being a major producer of zinc and silver. We have the opportunity to keep on unlocking value through brownfield expansion and extension of our life of mine. a company that is focused on production and focused on excellence and cost reduction. We portrayed that over the last couple of years through the turnaround of a company that was on the brink of collapse, a new controlling shareholder that took an interest, took control of the company and led this turnaround, focusing on exploration to drive growth and to drive diversification. I've talked about zinc, I've talked about silver, but there's a lot of gold and a lot of copper I'm going to talk about in a couple of slides. And all of this is supported by very robust cash flow generation. In terms of brownfield expansion, we're in the brink of bringing a new project online mid of this year. We're going to bring a Romina project. We've been building this project for the last 8 years or so, and it's going to finally see the light of the day, June, July this year. Big contribution to our numbers, 25% contribution to EBITDA, brings almost 2 million ounces of silver to the equation on an annualized basis, brings 20-25% increase in our zinc production profile, and something similar to lead. So it's quite important for us to deliver new projects and being able to overcome some of the challenges Lundin was mentioning in some of their slides on the presentation prior to ours about the long lead time for a project to come online from discovery. And we've managed to do this one faster than 10 years. So we are even faster than the fastest that Lundin just shown. Okay, we're a smaller company, but we're super focused and we prove it with results. We've laser focus on cost control and capex efficiency as well. We keep on implementing the Volcan Avanza projects, which is a cross-selling of basically all the initiatives we have in our own company. As I mentioned, we are one company that's right now only based in Peru, but we have 5 operations, geographically diverse and placed in different locations, so they require as much as attention as a big mine. These 5 operations are very synergetic in the sense that they keep on contributing to each other and they keep on adding value in that regard. Over the past 5 years now, we've already found almost $100 million in savings, and these are recurring. It's not one-offs. It's just improvement and keeps us moving downward in the cost curve. Now, the important part in terms of our strategy of growth. Volcan has 11 copper projects and 10 base metal diversified projects in its portfolio. We are bringing online Romina right away. These ones are a little bit more delayed. We need to focus on exploration. We need to bring that data in order to have more certainty, which we're doing. And the way we're thinking about doing this is manifold, let me say it. But right now, we are de-risking these projects to understand what they can bring to our investors and how's the best way to approach it. We've done some interesting JVs in order to accelerate this time frame to as close as possible to 5, 10 years, 15 years, depending on prioritization. But it's quite interesting, the Lundin approach is something that we look very, very close at, and we find and agree with them that it's a great way to deliver value to our investors, which is, this is not something that we are looking into the possibility or entertaining or analyzing as you may will. So having independent units in order to accelerate projects is a very interesting opportunity. And even more so when we're talking, you see in the next slide, these 11 projects, you take the 4 more important and they double the company once in the next 7 years, and then you double it again in the following 7 years. So you're looking at the opportunity of basically tripling, quadrupling the value of a current company or the size of a current company independently of the vehicles that would accelerate this growth. Santa Barbara is a huge copper project. that basically just by itself more than doubles the existing platform. Interestingly enough, is how you manage to bring that value to the shareholders, to the company, to the stakeholders, and accelerate a project that if it doesn't have a proper partner, a proper structure, might be sitting there for 20 years. Is to put a little bit in context, chronologically speaking, what I've just highlighted. If we talk about, we still talk about our production in zinc equivalents. As we find more silver and silver price keep on going up, we might start talking about silver equivalents. As our revenue for silver surpasses 50% of our total revenue, then that's an opportunity we're looking into. But this very graphically highlights what I've just mentioned. We're doubling the company in the next 9 years, and in the long term, we're doubling that again. Easier said than done, requires an incredible amount of focus, requires an incredible amount of human resource and brain power, which we believe we have, but it also requires a large amount of capital. And that's another place where the opportunity lays. We will do that from our current position of strength. Our net sales are trading up. Our EBITDA margin is very stable. 500 million of EBITDA with a big cash flow conversion rate and a lot of focus on keeping the sustaining capex on check, just to show a little bit of the stability. Now, importantly enough is what are these numbers are as of 3Q last year. The last numbers, we are a public company, so we can only talk about numbers that are currently public. But I can mention about the opportunity and the value that lays in this company. Because these results are based on a silver price that is almost a third of the current spot price. And I'll tell you a little bit secret, which is our exposure. It's not that much of a secret. You can calculate it yourself, so I can speak freely about it. But for every $100 of zinc price over that number, the company generates $20 million per year of additional cash flow. And for every $10 of silver price over this number, the company generates $110 million of cash flow over that number. So just to do square numbers, you add $60 to that, and you have 700 million of additional cash flow just on price to that. Transform that into EBITDA, you're probably a $1.5 billion EBITDA on a company that is worth $800 million today. So on a standalone basis and a standalone price basis, without even looking at the great expansion possibilities that we're talking with the projects that are on hand, is still a very interesting opportunity to spend your time on. Where do we trade currently? Okay, we are a local player in Peru. Our stock trades in Peru, in Madrid, in Chile, and in Colombia. None of them are great liquid markets, something to be conscious of, but you go and find the opportunities where the opportunities lay. They don't find themselves. And on the last slide reinforces my last point about cash flow generation at the levels in order for you to be able to calculate what I just highlighted. Free cash flow at that price level, cash flow at hand, third quarter last year, quite easy to understand. Just looking at our share price and our cash balance, cash flow generation capabilities, and the huge amount of projects that we have on our portfolio. Volcan has the largest the largest mining land package of any company in Peru. We have 300,000 hectares of prospective mining rights in Peru. And we are investing a lot in bringing those interesting projects to life. And so the opportunity lies ahead of us. With that, Jim, we're open to further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. That was great. I think I've I've in my head had this default picture of Vulcan, and when I think of Vulcan, I think of zinc, not silver. But that's remarkable. Number 13 in silver, and can you just walk me through that math again on your leverage to this? So the spot silver price today, just as a reminder,
$90. It touched 92 early today.
And those results were at kind of
34.
34. So that delta is, I'm not a banker, I should be better at math, I guess.
Let's round it to 600 million.
Wow. Wow.
And this is for 12 months period, no, of course.
And the market cap?
The market cap is 800 million on an enterprise value of 1.4.
And that's just the silver.
It's just the silver.
So what's going on with zinc? What's going on with zinc?
Well, zinc is always the the black sheep of the base metals. Long-term story for zinc is always bearish, according to analysts. The reality is that we don't see that to be the case. When people talk about how hard it is to bring production to life, to bring production to the market, that is zinc as well. So there are very few new production that can be brought online. And the world keeps on growing at 2, 3%, 4%, 1%. It just compounds. And the long-term story is bullish as well. It might not be so attractive as copper right now. It's a very sexy metal, new uses, which compounds growth, electrification. It's understandable. So it's understandable that they get the big share of the attention. But we being right now a specialist in zinc, we see the growth story there as well. And we see how a company as us that is so focused and so efficient in bringing projects to life and one of the largest zinc producers in the world, it keeps us on our toes. We are bullish long-term on the price of zinc.
Okay. I guess, one of the things that struck me through your presentation is you started the presentation by talking about that enormous growth pipeline. I noticed that there were a few copper projects in that growth pipeline. That was interesting, and it strikes me that you're a Peruvian player and you've made the trip out here to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and you're up on stage and talking about the company. New CEO, growth seems to be a big part of what you're thinking about. How would an investor here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia get exposure to Vulcan stock? I mean, what's involved in buying something on the Peruvian stock exchange?
That's a great question. One of the reasons we're here, we want to be making Vulcan as an investment more broadly available. What does that entail? We're working on that, but we believe it's going to be. It makes a lot of sense, let me put it that way, to bring the company to a place where the people that are interested in investing in this type of companies, that see the story of growth, that see the chance of being part of a company that was and continues to be a leader in the production of zinc and silver in the world, can give you the exposure that you'd like. So may they be talking about the Peruvian market and being open to explaining how you need to invest, or that might well be bringing the company to your markets, bringing the company to Saudi Arabia, bringing the company to wherever that demand is. It's an interesting proposition as well. And however, our current listing gives interested party a huge opportunity. because of the liquidity discount, as you may call it, no? Or anyone may call it. The Peruvian market is not a very deep market in that sense. So we are trading at a discount to even cash flow generation, current cash flow generation, current EBITDA, average over the last 3 years. We're trading at a discount from every metric. There's also a reason for that, because this company almost went bankrupt 3 years ago, prior to the involvement of our current controlling shareholder, Integra Capital. The company was losing focus. The company was sort of blinded to its own strategic direction as a producer of zinc. Not even as a producer of silver, because you've never heard about Volcan as a producer of silver, but Volcan, at the top of its production, produced 24 million ounces of silver per year. So that will get you right up there, top 5 silver producer in the world. And you've never heard about Volcan. We believe that's not, and we're working very diligently with the controlling shareholder to change that narrative. And that's why we're investing in silver, we're growing that production, we're investing in copper. We have the resources to diversify, but to take a page of the Lundin sort of game book, whether having a single diversified vehicle or having multiple vehicles that allow our investor base to pick what's the right vehicle, it's something that we are looking into as well. So I leave it over everywhere, but we either bring the company close to you or we bring you closer to our company. That's the way we invest. You invest in Volcan, and we're working on both. Wow.
That is a lot of catalysts. It also strikes me, I mean, you went through, you've had an interesting experience in your first 12 months in the role. There was also a big refinancing effort. Can you tell me, like, tell me what that was like, dealing with a situation like this and a backdrop and all of that? Like,
it's a great question. So the first 12 months, it was a financial restructuring. Over the last 18 months, we've refinanced or restructured or paid down $2 billion of debt. We turned the company from almost 3 times net debt to EBITDA to 1.1. We're sitting right now on a single $250 million bond, bullet to 2032, which underscores the financial strength and the cash flow available to execute our strategy, to be accretive, to be acquisitive, to distribute money to our shareholders. We believe we can do everything at once. We are bringing these projects that were not a priority in prior administrations to light, and we're executing on them. But just to go back to the original question, 12 months were hell, a fun hell. No, we had a syndicated bond for $400 million, and we had almost another $400 million in a 2026 bond. Both of them were made current with a change of control. We had change of control clauses. So the new controlling shareholder came in, super savvy, super aggressive, and with a very wise appetite for risk. But we were sitting on $900 million of defaulted debt, with a company that had no money to basically pay its own bills. The controlling shareholder provided human capital and provided financial support, and basically put the whole structure into dealing with this financial restructuring, finding some breathing room for the company, which is the first thing we did. We've got some waivers from our banks, started discussions with our main bond investors, people like that have been, I can't name names, but they've been out with us in the bads and the goods, and they still remain with us. They made a ton of money, and we're very happy making everybody a ton of money, the ones that believe in us and stay with us. So that's how we spent the first 12 months. Operations, financial restructuring, talking to 11 banks in a group of syndicated, talking every other day with our bond investors and finding a path to a sustainable debt structure, to a sustainable capital structure. We've managed to bring production back online faster than anybody thought. The company is producing at its top capacity right now, even though we're working on debottling brownfield opportunities. We can do that to the tune of 5% growth per year without bringing any new project. We can keep on growing our current footprint by 5%, but we do have projects. We'll bring new project every other year. We're going to bring a new project on expansion. So the growth is there. And luckily enough, some timing is everything. So luckily enough, prices consolidated a little bit. Not a great deal, but they consolidated enough that with us being able to bring production to its capacity as fast as we did, then cash started flowing, and we had enough to keep on investing on our business, restart paying our dues, refinance all our debt, and basically, have the company reborn. And that's one of the reasons why I say we do this from a position of financial strength. The capital structure of the company is set up and geared in a way to survive the valley of the price cycle. Prior to us getting to the company, was set up in a way to survive, a very high price scenario. And that doesn't work. We all go through cycles. These cycles are faster and faster every year. The company is geared in a way that we're going to make a ton of money with silver at 100, a ton of money, but we will make good money with silver at 30 as well. So we don't only survive, but we're profitable at basically the whole zinc and silver price landscape.
That's remarkable, and it's a good story. It's certainly one that the market has responded well to, just looking at the share price. But this was an excellent review of everything that is to come. Maybe I think we've got another minute or two. I'll just open up to questions from the audience if there are any before we close out. All right.
Thank you very much, and thank everybody for your time. Thanks.
Yeah, I've been doing it from the floor.
Well, good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce Marcelo Bacci. He's the CFO of Vale, and he's going to give us an introduction to the company, and we'll have some time for Q&A at the end. So please prepare your questions. Please.
Thank you, Brian. Pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. The idea here is that we're going to show you on a very summarized way who Vale is and what we do today, and then open for some questions here. So I wanted to start by telling you what we do. Vale today is back to the position of being the largest iron ore producer in the world. We guided for 2025, 335 million tons of production. We're going to publish our results in a few weeks, so we're going to confirm that number. We are also the largest iron ore pellet producer in the world. We have a larger capacity than this, but we're going to be producing 31 million tons this year. The market is constraining the production. We have the capacity to produce close to 40 million. We are also, through our subsidiary Vale Base Metals, we are the #6 nickel producer in the world with about 175,000 tons of production that are basically produced in Canada and Brazil and sold primarily to the US. And we are #11 in copper reserves worldwide. We still have a challenge of turning some of these reserves into production in the coming years. We today produce about 370,000 tons of copper, and we have a plan to double that size in 10 years by developing the endowment that we already have. In terms of our iron ore global solutions, I think the slide is not helping much, but we are present. We produce basically iron ore in Brazil. We have pelletization facilities in other countries, and we have concentration and distribution facilities that are serving pretty much all over the world from the production that we have in Brazil. About 60% of our sales today are to China, which is our largest market, and we have a fleet of dedicated vessels that create a very efficient transportation system to support us. Remember that our main competitors in iron ore are the Australians, which are much closer to China as a consuming market. So we have to be very efficient in terms of logistics in order to compensate for the distance. We basically operate in Brazil and Canada. We also operate in Indonesia through a participation that we have over there through Vale Base Metals, but direct operations we have Brazil and Canada. In Brazil, we have iron ore, copper, nickel, and gold as a byproduct. We are a first quartile producer of iron ore globally. In the past, we held the position of being the lowest cost producer in the world. Today, we are still first quartile, and we are on track to getting back to our position as a cost leader with the initiatives that we have today, which are going very well. We have assets that have been producing for a long period of time, we are in our industry, in the iron ore industry, we are today the lowest capex intense company in the sector, given the average age and the quality of our assets. In Canada, we've been operating for many years. We bought, almost 20 years ago, we bought a company called Inco in Canada, which was a leader in nickel, that also today produces also copper. We serve the North American copper, especially for nickel, through the operations in Canada. And we are vertically integrated, and our assets, our nickel assets that are primarily polymetallic, they bear the benefit of the byproducts that today, with the price of gold where it is, gives us a lot of competitiveness in the nickel business. Safety is very important for us. I think we have become, as you may know, Vale had a very serious accident 8 years ago, which is the Brumadinho case, with a rupture of a dam. And after that, we've been going through a very intense cultural change in terms of becoming reference in safety. So today we have the best, I would say, performance in our sector in terms of safety as a consequence of all the changes that we made. We have decharacterized, which means that decommissioned most of the upstream dams that we have, and we will decommission all of them up to 2028. And we have also reduced a lot the risk level of our dams. So by changing the way we produce, using more dry production and less reliance on dams, we will eliminate the dams up to 2028. So what is our ambition here? We have the ambition of leading value creation in the mining industry. Of course, it is an industry where larger is good because there is a scale advantage, but we want to lead value creation. It's not a word for us to just become larger because of the size if we're not creating value. So value creation is really important for us. Our businesses, as I said, are iron ore, copper, and nickel. They're in very different stages of development. Iron ore is a business where our main point of differentiation is the quality that we can produce, the cost that we have, and our distribution network, but it's a business that worldwide is not growing at this moment. It is very large. The total size of the iron ore business in the world is 1.6 billion tons. We produce 335 million, so we have more or less 20% of the global market share, but it's a stable business, it's not growing. Copper, on the other hand, is a growing business, and we have the opportunity to grow our production of copper to keep serving that market and gaining market share over time. And on the nickel business, we have a challenge of operational efficiency. Nickel has gone. Today, it's a bit better because the cycle has been a bit better since the end of last year, but price is relatively low, oversupply in the nickel industry, and our assets, we are working very hard to improve the efficiency of our assets to be more competitive in nickel. And our main levers are, as I said, the superior portfolio that we have with a lot of flexibility in terms of grades that we can produce, the cultural evolution on safety, on performance, and also the concept of being a trusted partner. We want to be a reliable partner to our clients, to the communities that we operate, and to the different jurisdictions that we operate. So we are trying, we've been working very hard in building on the strengths that we have today. So we have a unique mineral endowment. The growth in copper that I mentioned to you, that we want to double the size of our copper business, is all based on the endowment that we have in the Carajás region in the northern part of Brazil, where we have one of the best endowments in the world in iron ore and copper, and we want more and more to leverage on that very valuable asset that we have. Our portfolio of iron ore is very flexible. We have the ability to produce different grades and different specifications according to what our clients need. So today, for instance, the market is not paying a high premium for high quality ore. So last year we launched a different blend with a different degree of contaminants that are more I would say adequate to the kind of demand that we're getting from the clients today, and with that we try to manage better and protect our margins. We keep, working on efficiency. We want to, as I said in the beginning, go back to our position as a global leader in terms of cost, and there's no reason for us not to be there. We have the assets, we have the people, we have the scale, we have pretty much everything to be the lowest cost producer in the world. And innovation is an important part of our strategy. We have innovated significantly more recently with the introduction of dry stacking and more filtering operations instead of the wet operations. We have a very significant effort in terms of circular mining. We today, about 10% of our production, which is 30 million tons of iron ore, are already coming from reprocessing tailings that we had from past operations. So the circular mining concept is one that we believe is efficient and it's very sustainable in terms of production. We launched last year this program that we call New Carajás, which is, like I said, the effort in doubling our size in copper. So if you look at what's going to happen with the company over time, our portfolio is going to be more, the copper part of our portfolio is going to grow in the next 10 years, whereas we're going to, the intention on the iron ore side of the business is to grow from 335 million to 360, which we think is the sweet spot to be given where the market is and the relatively low growth of the iron ore business. But on copper, we're going to be more aggressive, and also in agglomerates, which is basically the pellets and the briquettes, which is a new technology that we're bringing. We believe that the market in this next 5 to 10 years will require more products adequate for a lower carbon emission in the steel making, and the agglomerates that we can produce are much adequate for that kind of trend. So that's basically what we call the flexible portfolio and the optimization that we can do, serving different markets with different products, and also changing the portfolio that we have according to the trends that we see in the market. In efficiency, in the last 2 years, we have reduced our all-in cost of iron ore production by 6%, copper by 6%, nickel by 16%. Of course, in nickel, we had more low-hanging fruits because we were not as efficient in nickel as in the others. But you know, we keep working very hard on cost, and this trend of cost reduction is very unique to Vale. If you look at most of our competitors in the industry, their costs are going up, our costs are going down. This is something that it's really a big point of attention for us, and we're going to be dedicating a lot of effort to this. Innovation and future of mining, as I said, an important point for us. We've been leveraging significantly on application of digital solutions to mining that are optimizing the processes. There's a lot that can be done, for instance, in exploration with the usage of artificial intelligence to improve the accuracy of the exploration. This is just an example of what we can do. Autonomous fleets to improve the safety and the cost of the operations is something that is growing very much in our operations. The kind of mines that we have, not all of them are adequate for autonomous trucks, but we are trying to adapt our fleet to that over time. And as I said, we are driving the largest circular mining program in the world very successfully. So the key takeaways that we have here for this discussion is, first, we are a leading and global iron ore production company, accelerating our growth in copper, trying to get more and more efficient in nickel because the cycle requires special attention to low cost, innovating and creating a new way of mining for the future, which is efficient and more sustainable. And with that, we believe that we're going to deliver the best value creation in our industry with sustainable and ethical practices. So this is the summary of where we are today, and with that we can open for questions. Thank you.
We'll do that. Oh. So thanks for that, Marcelo. Just to kick us off, is there anybody with a question they'd like to be asked immediately? Just put your hand up and a microphone will be brought forward to you. Well, maybe I'll kick it off with one here, Marcelo. As you mentioned in your presentation, the iron ore market is a fairly stable, fairly mature market, but there's new volume coming out of Rio Tinto's Simandou project that has spooked the market to some degree, and perhaps that's coming off. Should we consider Simandou to be replacement tonnage rather than additional, and how is Vale positioning themselves for that?
Oh, that's a good question, and it's a discussion that has been in the market for a while now. The thing is, when you look at the demand has been relatively stable, with China being the largest market stable, and the rest of the world with some growth. But in general, you see very low growth in the market. And Simandou is coming with a significant amount of production. Of course, there's going to be a ramp up. It's not going to produce everything at once, but it's more than 100 million tons, which is today about 6% of additional supply to the market. That could create an imbalance over time. It's going to take 3-4 years for them to get this 100 to the 100 million. But on the other hand, there is an accelerating depletion of the existing mines in the world, especially the Australian mines, that are getting, the production is going down and the grades are getting more degraded, and they're getting to lower grades of iron content in the iron ore. So the base case that we have is that gradually the new production from Simandou, which is new volumes and also higher quality, will replace and be blended and complemented with the more depleted production that comes from Australia in a way that the global supply is going to be relatively flat. That's the view that we have for the coming years. And if you look at what's happening with the market, for instance, this year, the prices have been more or less in a range between $100 and $110 for a while now, between 95 and 110 for many months, which is an unusually low volatility, but reflects the stability that we see in supply and demand.
And one of the other things you mentioned in your prepared remarks was that you've been changing your iron ore strategy to be more flexible with market conditions, with the type of product that you're providing. With yourselves and maybe arguably Simandou, as it comes on, having the higher quality iron ore, would you argue that this is a strategy that is temporary in nature, and then there will become more of a premium as more end users can use that higher premium quality iron ore? Or is this as the Australian miners continue to decline in quality, there's going to be more demand for lower quality blended products like you're currently producing?
Well, that's a very interesting question. The thing is, the market demands different things at different points in time, depending on what happens with the chain. So today, the steelmaking margins are relatively low in the industry for several reasons. China is exporting a significant amount of steel, which is competing with the production of other countries. So our clients, the steelmaking industry, are working under a low margin scenario. In a scenario like that, they normally demand lower quality ore. And we changed our strategy in the last 2 years, I would say, in terms of, in the past, we had a high degree of quality and we tried to push that quality into the market. And that created a situation from time to time that we put some pressure on the quality premiums by oversupplying the high quality. We are now adapting our strategy to try to bring and supply to the market the right mix the market requires. So we are launching new products and new blends with the different quality standards that are more compatible with the demand that we see today, in a way that we, among other things, we serve better our clients and we protect the margin of the high quality products. So this is a strategy that we don't think is temporary. I think it's a new approach to the industry that makes a lot of sense. It's more customer centric. It looks first at what the customer is demanding, and then we produce what they demand, and not the opposite, which is produce what is the optimal for us and then push to the clients. It's a change in mindset that I think it's permanent in the industry.
And maybe switching from iron ore to copper, you're targeting quite a bit of growth over the next few years here. Can you comment on the brownfield and greenfield options that the company is working towards, including the plant expansion and optimization of Salobo, your flagship copper asset? Maybe we'll start with that.
Yeah. We have, as I showed here, we intend to double the size of our copper production in the next 10 years. And that's going to be done in a combination of brownfield and greenfield projects. Both the brownfield and the greenfield projects will be developed in the Carajás region, which is where we have the infrastructure in place in terms of railroads, in terms of ports. All the infrastructure is there. So the average capex intensity of the projects as a consequence of that is relatively low when compared to greenfields in other places or when compared to M&A. So we're going to be favoring growth to the extent possible brownfields, but also greenfields in nearby mines in the Carajás region to leverage better the infrastructure that we have and to have better returns as a consequence. We may accelerate that growth with some M&A if the opportunities arise, but we have 100% of what we need to double our size only by growing organically, and we're going to be favoring that.
Copper M&A has obviously been a topic of conversation for quite some time. Would you say that the M&A that you're looking at is more Brazil, perhaps Canada-centric, or are you casting a wider net for your M&A practice?
We look for good assets, and those good assets, they can be anywhere. Of course, we not only look for good assets, but we look for assets that can provide the adequate return for us. And that has been the challenge in M&A. There's a general view that the demand for copper is very robust and will continue to be robust over time, and we agree with that view. Electrification, AI, data centers, there's a lot of factors behind supportive to the demand of copper, which is the most important conductor of electricity and will continue to be. This will mean that the demand will be there. It's difficult and more difficult to develop copper assets because of licensing and permitting, because of social issues, and because of the depletion of the existing mines. So it's difficult to develop copper projects. And that's why on the M&A side, the assets have become very expensive. But we do have the option to grow organically, which is a very unique situation. So we're going to be favoring that. Any M&A could be complementary to that strategy, but primarily we're going to be looking at organic growth. But in the case of M&A, it could be anywhere, provided that the assets are good and can provide adequate returns.
Maybe sticking with your organic growth in copper, can you give us any updates on progress at the Bacaba licensing, getting the license for that?
That's a relatively small one. Bacaba is an asset that is replacing the depletion of the Sossego mine. And we're working on that license. We got the preliminary license, and we're still working on the installation license. So we don't have any news on that.
And you mentioned a couple of times you've got the Vale base metals, and they are actually presenting in about an hour or so here. You've previously flagged that one option is for you to list that separately. Is that still an option for you?
It is an option. When we carved out VBM, created a separate entity, we got Manara, which belongs to PIF, as a shareholder. They bought 10% of the company. Vale has 90%. The first intention was to create a structure that was dedicated to base metals that could deliver better results and deliver the growth that we expect to have in copper. The performance has improved a lot with the dedicated team. We have a CEO, we have a dedicated management team, we have a board, and this has started to deliver very good results. And now the next step is to deliver the growth that I showed here. The copper story is very important for Vale, for the Vale story. So I say that creating a separate entity and having the carve-out and having the possibility of having a listed entity in the future, or an entity that could be merged with someone else, that creates optionalities that we didn't have before. So we're going to be looking at the different alternatives that we have and making the necessary decisions over time. Being ready for an IPO has a value. Being ready to incorporate other operations, of course, has a value. Our job here is to create the optionalities.
And you noted in your prepared remarks that you've been very successful in pushing costs out of the business. How much of pushing costs out in the future is going to be predicated on the inception of that growth, and how much of that is on plans that you already have in place to mitigate costs in other areas?
If you look at iron ore, which is our main product, the cost reduction that we've been delivering is based on three main factors. The first one is better asset utilization, so scale. We had, after the accident in Brumadinho, we lost production, and some of our assets were running below the capacity level. So we are catching up on that, and we are close to having the optimal utilization of the assets that we had before. So this, because our business is like 60–65% of the cost is fixed cost, when you have a better utilization of assets, you reduce your cost. The second is the new operations that we bought. We started new mills as a replacement of depleted mills, and those ones with new technology, they have lower costs. So with these new operations that are ramping up today, that are replacing the old ones, we are decreasing the average cost of the company. So there's still something to be delivered. We need to ramp up these new operations. And third, there is a continuous effort to look for efficiency. And as we had to change our production model on a very, I would say, fast way after the accident, we are now getting more and more efficient under the new operating way, which is more towards filtering and dry stacking and all that. So when you combine these three factors, you see the source of these cost reductions that we are delivering. There's still more to be delivered. Of course, it gets harder and harder over time, but we have a goal of bringing our C1 cost, which is the cost at the mine level, below $20 over time. We are confident that we can get there.
And maybe if I could just get your thoughts on the nickel market. Why do you think it's moved so quickly recently? And do you have the ability to quickly increase production as a function of price? Or is this, would you think that perhaps then you would be capping the price by adding that much more production? How do you think about nickel?
No, I think the production level that we have today is adequate for the asset. It has the, I would say, the optimal point of asset utilization from our point of view. So we don't intend to increase the production of nickel. The good prices, the better prices that we see more recently are related to a more difficult licensing process in Indonesia, which is the largest producer in the world. We also have operations in Indonesia that are suffering from that. And that is taking part of the supply from the market. The issue with the nickel market has always been, or more recently, the supply, not much the demand. The demand is very firm and growing. There's the traditional demand from stainless steel and then batteries, which is a growing demand. But the supply has increased significantly, especially from Indonesia. Indonesia has had in the last few months some domestic issues related to licensing that are taking some of this supply from the market, and this has caused the prices to increase. It's difficult to know how far this is going to go, but it's up to us to enjoy this, better prices in the short term.
We have about 1 minute remaining in our session here. If anybody has a question, please raise your hand so a microphone can be brought forward. Maybe just one more from me then. As part of your longer-term iron ore solution strategy, you're progressing towards the development of mega hubs in 5 countries, including Brazil and the Middle East. Can you provide additional details on the timeline of these and the expected benefits?
The concept of the mega hub is to bring high-quality ore that is adequate for the production of low-emission steel to regions where you have cheap and clean energy, like the Middle East, for instance, with the natural gas, and in the future with hydrogen. To produce an intermediate product with direct reduction, which is the hot briquetted iron, and then export that, or either produce the steel domestically or export for the final steel production closer to the consumption market. So that's the concept of the mega hub. The mega hub requires the feed coming from where you have quality and scale, which is in our case the Brazilian ore, and leveraging on the infrastructure and the energy available in this region, for instance. We are still in the development phase of those hubs. I think we have a few stars that we have to align, which is the availability and I would say allocation and cost of gas, and the offtake of the final product. It is important that we keep developing that concept in a way that we can deliver the green steel in the future, or our clients can deliver the green steel based on our supply in a way that is economic vis-a-vis the traditional steel. This is the challenge for the coming years, and if we can put that together, I think the concept of the mega hubs will become a reality very soon. But so far, it's in the phase of development.
Well, that does take us completely to the end of the time. Please join me in thanking Marcelo.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thanks again, ladies and gentlemen, for staying with us for this afternoon. Our next presentation comes from Antofagasta. I've been tasked with trying to say the name properly. We'll see how we go. So, Ivan Arriagada, the CEO of Antofagasta, is going to lead off with some prepared remarks and hopefully some time for Q&A at the very end. Thank you. Please take it away.
Thank you very much. So well, good afternoon, and actually I have a brief presentation on the company. This is the first time that we've been here, and so we've been asked to prepare a brief of what we do and who we are. So we are essentially a pure-play copper company, so we focus on copper. That's our key business and has been. We operate assets in Chile and are focused in the Americas, and generally they are high margins, so our EBITDA margins for the last reported quarter was over 50%. And I think the key outstanding feature is that we have strong growth ahead of us. We are building and well advanced into the construction of expansions into our brownfield operations and expect to deliver 30% growth before the end of the decade. And as I say, this is not projects, it's not prospects, but it's actually construction work that we're undertaking right now. We lead in sustainability. Our operations use 100% renewable energy. We are 60% using water from the sea, desalinated water, and are expanding our desalination capabilities to be able to get to over 90%. We have a strong financial standing and a consistent dividend policy. And our purpose is to develop mining for a new and better future. So pure play copper in the Americas region. Essentially, our operations today are based in Chile. Chile is the #1 copper producer in the world, with around 23 to 25% of the copper produced, over 5 million tons. And that's got several advantages. One, it's a mining country from the point of view of its permitting, even though that's being reformed and changed and improved. Mining is one of the largest industries, and therefore, there is talent in Chile for mining. And we have a strong institutional framework for mining with tax laws that have been in place since the last royalty was increased and provide stability. So beyond that, I think the fact that we are in a country that's got good infrastructure, ports, roads, and access to funding because of its investment grade quality. We have essentially a portfolio of 4 operations in Chile, which are described in here, one in the central part in Chile and the rest in the second region. And the main ones are Los Pelambres and Centinela, which is where we're undertaking our expansions today. And this is the growth that I was talking about. So we're expecting essentially to be able to deliver 30% growth by 2029. And that is because we are building a second concentrator at Centinela, which is one of our key districts. And that is well underway with construction progress above 50%. And the other expansion that we're doing is at Los Pelambres, which is another big district that we operate, where we are extending the mine life. We're increasing the desalination water capacity so that we can decouple the use of water from continental sources. And also we expect to get higher grade from the zones in the mine that we will begin mining in 2026. So being a pure player copper producer that's in the pipeline to deliver 30% growth is quite a unique attribute and one which we're very proud of. In terms of our growth, to be more specific, this is one of our districts, which we call Los Pelambres. And essentially, we started our expansion, what we call phase 1, which is already in operations, which includes a desalination plant of 400 liters per second and another concentrator line. So we've got 4 milling lines today operating. And we're now in the middle of the chart in what we call growth enabling projects, expanding the desalination plant, and also replacing some of the ancillary infrastructure, which involves an investment of about $2 billion. And that will enable us to extend the mine life to 2050, which is the third block that you see there in the slide to your right. So this is Pelambres is a very unique asset. It's probably amongst the best in the world from a geology point of view, an outstanding asset in Chile, and we're essentially enabling growth and an extension of mine life there, and we're in the middle of that. And the other one is Centinela, which we have today an existing facility which operates at 107,000 tons per day, and we are expanding that in growing 95,000 tons, building a second concentrator, which is more than 50% complete, which will deliver over 170,000 tons of additional copper. That's an investment of close to $4 billion that we're executing now, and then we have options eventually to expand beyond that phase. So again, this is another key district which will become equivalent in size when we measure it by copper production to Pelambres. And these are the two main anchors that we're expanding today. Beyond this, we've got two smaller operations, Antucoya and Zaldívar. This is the story of production that we have, starting from the 2000s, so that's 25 years ago, when we were classified as a medium producer in Chile, and we've become now one of the main global producers and are delivering that growth, which is shown there to the right, which will place us closer to 900,000 tons per year. In terms of how we operate, safety is very important in everything that we do, and we have a very good safety record and safety management system. Many of our operations, it's been over 10 years since they've had a serious accident or fatality, and for the group that's a very significant achievement. And as I say, safety is a key feature in how we operate. We have an operating model which essentially is very focused on achieving stability and reliability in our process through what we call excellence management system, and also a lot of focus on maintenance, as that becomes quite important to keep continuity and reliability of our operations. But essentially we aim to have zero fatality, reduce the variability of our processes, and be able to operate at design capacity. Innovation is very much part of our story. We started using seawater, raw seawater without desalination a long time ago, and we still use it for Centinela and Antucoya. And we are, as I was saying, in the case of Pelambres, using desalinated water, and we're expanding that capacity. We also have thickened tailings, so tailings which are able to recycle most of the water that's contained in them, and that's quite novel in copper. And also we have automation. We have a fleet of autonomous trucks, autonomous drills, and have integrated remote operating centers, one in Santiago where we operate Pelambres, and one in Antofagasta where we operate Centinela. So very much at the core of what we do has been integrating new ways of doing mining and technology. In terms of sustainability, very briefly, as I say, we have a very good safety record. We have reduced our emissions compared to 2020 by 50%, and all of the energy that we use is essentially from renewable energy. We are using 63% of the water from the sea, and that will increase to close to 90% when our expanded capacity is available. We're very integrated into local communities, such that in the case of Pelambres, 45% of the people that we employ come from the surrounding community. And we've improved significantly the participation of women in our workforce. Actually, that number is old, because we're now, at the end of 2025, reached 30% of women participation in our operations. So to finish then, again, we are a pure play copper producer, so our focus is copper. We produce also gold, silver, and moly as byproducts of producing copper. We have a high margin, high return business with strong growth. We're one of the very few companies that can deliver 30% growth which is in execution, which is not in studies. We lead in sustainability, have a strong balance sheet, and expect to be able to continue to develop our business as we go forward. So that's what I wanted to share with you, and now I'll move to get some questions.
So we do have time for some questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand so a microphone can be brought forward. Maybe I'll kick off with a bit of a shy group here. So with so much growth coming from copper, you're obviously as optimistic about the copper price as our BMO commodities analysts are. We are quite optimistic about it's our preferred commodity. Could you provide your view on the medium and long-term copper outlook, and what are your thoughts on the ongoing geopolitical volatility and market segmentation?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fundamentals for the copper market remain strong, no question. If you look at demand has been growing at rates between 2 and 3%, which from a large base of consumption and in a steady way represents quite an increase in the overall demand outlook. So we are expecting that to continue. The uses of copper have moved. A few years ago, it was mostly around the energy transition. Now there's a lot of copper that goes into the development and adoption of new technologies, AI, data centers, and the like, and also international security. If you think about, the needs of, the modern economies around digitalization, a lot of that is based on a platform of sustained copper requirements. So from a demand point of view, we expect that growth will probably continue to be around 2%, which means that around 500,000 tons of copper are still required to be added to the market every year. And then because grade declines, then some extra copper needs to replace that comes out because of grade reduction. So the copper story is essentially a copper of supply constraint. So against that demand, getting projects, and expansions is challenging. An average, greenfield project, which there are not many, takes more than 10 years to be developed. And therefore, you will see a lot of brownfield expansions taking place. And when you have a large resource endowment, as we have, that's possible to do. But this is essentially a story of a commodity which is supply constrained. And you're seeing that reflected, obviously, in prices. Now, the ability of the supply to respond to this, I think, is there. But you need enabling conditions around, legal frameworks which are stable, tax stability, innovative, financial arrangements, because, it is capital intensive. And I think there is a good tailwind in the sense that, there's a public policy seems to be moving in the direction of allowing that to happen. But still, it's a big challenge. I think it's a challenge for the industry, and it's a challenge for society at large to be able to have the required metal that's needed to meet demand. So I think it will remain a supply shortage story for a while.
And maybe sticking with commodity price tailwinds, a lot of the copper producers, including yourself, have seen gold and molybdenum prices move fairly sharply higher. Is that something that you would expect to remain a tailwind and expect to continue to be continuously better, or is that something you would look to hedge and maybe lock in now, or as part of a financing package to shore up any balance sheets as you go through the expansions?
Yeah, well, as I mentioned, we produce gold and moly as byproducts. As a matter of our internal policy, we don't hedge prices of the commodities that we produce. We believe people that invest in our companies because they want exposure to that commodity, and therefore it'll be counterintuitive to hedge those prices. Now, I think that gold and copper are different. Copper is much more driven by industrial activity and traditionally has been industrial in the ample sense. I mean, that includes energy transition, includes national security, and gold tends to be more of a financial asset, and therefore the dynamics are different. But what we're seeing is that when you have growth in demand for copper, is based on usage, mostly, not all of it, but mostly. And we're seeing that expanding because of the unique features of copper. In the case of gold, it's probably driven by higher levels of uncertainty, and therefore the need to find a financial asset that will provide for risk mitigation against or storage of value against that reality. So it's for different reasons and different drivers that you see the price moving. But we're seeing certainly today that both are increasing, and we see the benefit of that on our financial results. But I think the dynamics are different, and the drivers are different. One is much more like financial asset, and while copper is much grounded on real industrial requirements.
And basically being your home in Chile, Chile has got a new government coming in a couple of months here. Would you expect any significant change in terms of your operations from the new government? And do you think there are any near-term key developments in reducing permitting processes in the country?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the institutional framework that we have for mining has been stable for quite some time, and that's it's one of the strengths on the back of which Chile has become the #1 copper producer. So don't expect changes there with the changing government. But obviously, as it relates to the general environment for business and permitting, I think there is tremendous scope for reform to continue to simplify, reduce bureaucracy and red tape, and duplication on some of the permits which are required. And therefore, I think that's been stated as one of the key priorities of the current government, the incoming government, which I think it's a very positive development. I think for large mining projects, brownfield expansions, and opportunities, you need to be able to have sound and robust permitting processes which are simple, at the same time as being strong from the point of view of ensuring that there is adequate compliance and also care, for social aspects and the environment. I think striking that balance is difficult for everybody, but we're seeing significant reform in the Americas. I mean, that's not only in Chile, we see that in Argentina, and we see that in other places, from Canada to the Southern Hemisphere. So I think that tailwind of reform to simplify, without compromising standards, it's one of the key leading arguments for the new government to be able to promote investments and be able to shorten some of the times required for some of the projects. Remember that on average, a greenfield project still takes 10 years to be able to take off the ground. If those can be shortened, then that will come a long way of meeting the demand requirements and also offer, therefore, prosperity opportunities for the countries that produce those metals like Chile.
And I noticed that you talked about remote operations, autonomous operations and the like as part of your safety initiatives, but obviously they have efficiency parameters around them as well. Can you maybe talk about how Antofagasta is going about adopting new technologies in mining for efficiency's sake, particularly around your proprietary leaching technology, and how those impact your development plans and how they are driving costs lower today?
Yeah, I think innovation is one of our key strategic pillars. So from over 10 years, we've sort of incorporated into our strategy innovation as a key feature, and that spans several aspects. One of them, for example, which is not that standard, it's in financing. We know this is a capital-intensive industry. Our investments require a lot of capital, and therefore our ability to do it lighter is also an opportunity for innovation. And we've just completed a couple of transactions where we've divested some of our water systems to infrastructure funds that are able to take that and fund that infrastructure with lower capital cost, and I think that's been a big advantage. So that's some of the innovation that we've done. But then when we go beyond that in terms of our operations, automation has been quite important. We have an autonomous fleet and remote operating centers which are there to provide for safer and more reliable operations. On our projects, we're building our projects, and I think what we've seen, innovation has brought digital engineering, pre-assembly, which essentially reduces the risk when we build our projects. Now, so we've adopted that as very much as part of our DNA in terms of how we manage a business. But as you've mentioned, there's one technology that we've been developing, which is leaching primary ore. And this can sound very complex, but in simple terms, most types of ore in mining, in copper mining, you essentially need a very expensive, capital-intensive milling process, which requires a lot of equipment. There is an alternative, which is to leach, which essentially is less intensive in capital, but not all minerals are amenable to leaching. And what we're developing is a technology that can make mineral, which is not amenable to leaching, leachable. And we've made good progress in accomplishing that. We've now been, for several years, actually experimenting with this technology, which involves a version of chloride leach, which is essentially allowing us to get good recoveries. And what we're doing now is we're moving into the phase of having a full industrial-scale leaching pad in 2026, which will allow us basically to prove this technology, which requires, it's a chemical process combined with temperature. So good progress there. These are, reasonable lead times, but we're very positive about what this can do, essentially to allow us to mine and extract copper from lower grade ore, which in the margin would normally not get mined, which would be otherwise considered waste, and we're able to recover tonnage, from those pads. And there's one operation in particular, Zaldívar, where we think it has the infrastructure to leach, and therefore it will provide an extension of its mine life. So I think it's a fascinating technology. We are now in the very late stages of proof of this technology at industrial scale, and it's essentially, we've got a proving ground in one of our operations, which will be complete in 2026.
And your recent investment in Buenaventura would indicate at least some desire to look outside of Chile for opportunities. How do you think of your capital allocation outside of Chile in terms of exploration under your own banner and other opportunities on the M&A side?
Yeah, I mean, we are very interested in being able to do business outside Chile, and especially in places, like Peru. But other places as well. And I think countries which are prospective from the point of view of the geology that they offer. But I think the way that we look at this is through our capital allocation. I mean, they have to essentially compete with alternatives. As I've mentioned before, we're very much focused on expanding our 2 districts, and the investment over the last 5 years will accumulate close to $8 billion, so it's quite significant, and therefore any prospect of allocating capital outside, what we're doing today needs to rank well against, those investments. And what we've seen in the recent years is that we've been able to essentially establish a beachhead in Peru through our investment in Buenaventura. We own 20% of Buenaventura, and we think purchased Buenaventura at a time in which the valuation was attractive, and therefore we've made a good sort of movement from a valuation point of view, as is evident now from the point of view of where the equity value of that investment is today. And we also think that there is opportunity there to continue to expand through some copper projects that they have embedded in their gold operations. So that's a good example of something that we've done recently. We also have a project which we've been working for quite some time in the US, which is called Twin Metals, which has been under litigation actually for some of its leases, and we expect now to be able to get those back and be able to actually start moving Twin Metals forward. So we have appetite to be able to do things outside Chile, and we have the balance sheet to do it. But it's got to rank well in our capital allocation against other uses of capital, and we're very disciplined about that.
And speaking of other uses of capital, you've got growth plans in place, you've got diversification sort of coming on the scene. How about shareholders? How are you thinking about giving capital back to them, or is that a post-expansion plan type of...
I mean, we have a very, I would say, consistent dividend policy. Our dividend policy is to pay a minimum of 35% of earnings, and what you've seen historically is that we actually tend to average around 2/3 of earning, and we've managed to do that through this growth phase as well. And the reason is that the funding of our projects is typically done at company level, and therefore we use the balance sheets of those companies to be able to fund those projects with loans that, or funding that tends to replicate the tenor of when that cash flow gets generated. So we've been very consistent in terms of our distributions, and obviously now we're going through a heavy investment phase, and therefore, we see no need to change at this stage. And our dividend policy, again, is we pay a minimum of 35% of earnings, but typically we've been between 50 and 2/3, and we've been very consistently about our delivery in that space.
We have about 1 minute left for any questions from the floor. If anybody has a question, please raise their hand so that a microphone can be brought forward. Maybe one last one from me then. I know we talked about innovation driving cost efficiencies. Cost inflation in the mining industry is still present, but arguably it's at a lower rate than it has been for a little while. When we look in 2026, 2027, what are some of the key drivers that you're using to drive costs down?
Yeah, I think, obviously, one of them has been the energy cost, which is important in what we do. We're seeing the oil price generally trending, down, and also the move to renewable energy has essentially meant that we have reduced our energy cost structurally. So the conversion of our contracts to renewable, in the case of Chile, because most of it is solar and hydro, is actually cheaper. So that's been a structural shift. The other one, I would say, is we are making these investments which will increase our scale, and that's also a way of diluting fixed cost and therefore increasing productivity. So we expect actually Centinela will move into the first quartile of the cost curve. Pelambres is already there out of the scale that we're able to achieve through the investment that we're undertaking. So the efficiency with which we make that investment and the scale is also a cost improvement element to it. And I would say the rest is, we're doing a lot of automation, and I think automation is allowing us essentially to remove some of the workforce from the mine, which means that, there are some savings there in terms of camp and other facilities. And what we've seen is that those people, or some of them, are still required, but they are required with a different set of skills and training, and so it's providing opportunities for those people that, leave their jobs at the mine to be able to actually become more productive in their own right by means of reskilling into different activities. In most of our integrated remote operating centers, some of the operators of those platforms used to be operators of trucks or other equipment, and I think that's another element that improves productivity. So energy, scale, and technology are the things that we're working on to be able to be productive and keep our costs low.
And that does take us completely to the end of your time. Please join me in thanking Ivan for his time today.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for staying with us this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce Tristan Pascal as the CEO of First Quantum here. And he's going to give us some prepared remarks for 15 minutes or so, and then we'll take some questions from the floor. With no further ado, please take it away, Tristan.
Thank you, and hello everyone. Just to say thank you very much to FMF for the opportunity to speak to you today. And I just wanted to really paint an introduction for First Quantum Minerals for those that aren't aware of the company or of our profile. So First Quantum, we started in Zambia some 30 years ago now, and have grown out of that as our sort of home range, and have become what is one of the world's leading and highest growth copper companies in the world. We've doubled copper production over the last 10 years, and we continue on that growth trajectory. So our main operations remain in Zambia, and those are the Kansanshi mine and the Sentinel mine, and alongside Sentinel, the Enterprise nickel mine. So I can't talk about details for the end of the year 2025, as we're in a blackout period at the moment, but prior to that year, Sentinel produces around 200 to 240,000 tonnes of copper a year, and Kansanshi now, with the expansion at the S3 concentrator, is increasing production and will be about 200,000 tonnes this coming year, 2026, and then move up to around 250,000 tonnes in 2027. Enterprise and nickel mines about 30,000 tonnes of nickel a year as a headline number. So those two projects are our core operations, and they were joined in 2019 with a commercial production at Cobre Panama. Cobre Panama is currently offline. It's been in a state of preservation and safe maintenance for the last 2 years, and that's a situation in Panama that I can certainly talk through and usually take questions on as well. But we're now working our way through that. We've seen good progress and good momentum in terms of building a case to bring Cobre Panama back online, and we certainly have demonstrated our commitment to the country and to that operation, to the people of Panama, but it does remain for the government and for Panama to provide the pathway by which that can happen. More broadly in the business, we were previously in 8 countries. We just went through a sale in Spain of our operation there, CLC, and so at the end of last year that changed ownership, and we're excited about the opportunity for that project under new ownership to develop. But otherwise, we have other operations in Africa and Mauritania at Guelb Moghrein, and then new projects in the portfolio are really in Latin America. So that is in Argentina at Taca Taca. That has potential to be a 250, 270,000 tonne per year copper producer. And then La Granja, which is one of the world's largest undeveloped copper projects in Peru, with our partner Rio Tinto. First Quantum's 55% and Rio Tinto 45% on that project. And then Haquira, which is a longer dated project also in Peru. So how do we develop these projects, and how have we gone through this growth profile? We're quite different from our peers in that we're an in-house project team. We have a different model in that we don't use external EPCM or engineering, procurement, construction management organisations really to run our projects. They're run in-house. So as a balance, what you'll see typically externally is 80% of a project will be externally run and 20% in-house, and we're the sort of inverse of that. We're sort of 70% in-house and maybe 30% of external expertise to run projects. As a consequence of that, we really take control of what matters, which is direct control over risk, direct control over time, quality, and schedule. And as a consequence, projects like Cobre Panama run on time and on budget. And Cobre Panama, which is the world's largest single throughput copper mine, in one process plant was delivered on time and operational inside 6 months. We've just delivered the S3 expansion at Kansanshi, as I mentioned, so a similar unit to one of the Cobre Panama units, and that's been delivered on time and on budget, in fact under budget, which is not something you hear very much these days. And then because we have our own projects team in-house and our own operations team in-house, there's a smooth transfer through the ramp-up into operations, and so that's why we're able to get Cobre Panama up and running in 6 months. We all wear the same t-shirt, and I think, as you'd appreciate, starting up a new mine is not like starting the key on a new car. A car will run off the factory line a mining operation depends on the design, and our front end is Mother Nature. So we know that there's going to be variability in the ore body. We know that there's going to be change, and we're going to need to adapt things. And if we size the pump for concentrate or for mill throughput, that pump might be the wrong size. That happens regularly in design, but because we do the construction and we do the operation, we're able to quickly adapt to that and amend the design and get it to work and scale it up and get it operating at nameplate quickly. I talked a little bit about our projects, but this is really the growth pipeline in the business and a lot of opportunity within First Quantum. All of this comes off the back of our priorities this year, which are to ensure that we run our operations in Zambia on a continued good basis, that we see the ramp up of S3 to full production, that we keep our balance sheet and our financial position in good position following the shutdown in Panama, and importantly that we move forward towards resolution in Panama. Beyond that, and the momentum in Panama does provide the opportunity for these projects in a disciplined manner at the right time. Taca Taca is the most early stage. This year, and in a very short period, we'll be releasing the technical report, the 43-101, which defines the capital, all the engineering to go into the project, and that will lead into a process to finance, for a financing pathway for that. We will apply for the investment promotion protection legislation, the RIGI. That application will go in the first half of this year before the deadline, which is in July, 8th of July. And then we're expecting the ESIA and the water permit to come through along that timetable. In terms of once RIGI gets through and in the event of a positive decision and approval on all of those elements, we'd be seeking to make a sanctioned decision on that on the basis that Panama was coming in and on a financing pathway. But we won't do that without that discipline in place. So I think we've spoken a lot about this conference, about why that's important and the demand outlook for copper. I think there's been a lot of discussion also on what the challenges are on supply and how First Quantum's different in terms of our ability to meet that supply, in terms of our expertise and our core differentiator, which is our project execution capability. But on the demand side, we continue to see growth, not just in the base metal markets for the traditional sources of copper, which remain upliftment of society. I was in India just before the end of last year. India has a copper intensity of below 1 kilogram of copper per person per year. And now that compares with the US, which is at around 10 to 12 kilograms of copper per person per year. And people in India want the same lifestyle as the people in the US. So that copper intensity across the world is growing, but in emerging markets, it's particularly growing. India has a large appetite for data centers, for AI. It's a technology-driven society, and that is fed by copper and electrification. They already have the third largest grid in the world, and they have plans to expand that aggressively. Beyond that, renewable energy, electric vehicles, the AI data centers and so on, you've seen some of the numbers around the conference. Beyond that, copper needs to be delivered responsibly, and this is certainly part of our core mission. We've been focused on this in Panama as we seek to engage with society. I think what we come across in Panama is really common around the world, which is a very sort of loss of interest over the last 30 years and a loss of understanding as to actually what is involved in delivering the metals that the world requires. And as that's happened, there's been an outsourcing of supply of industrial minerals and metals, but alongside that, actually what happens at the mine front. And certainly these programs are extremely important to us. The effort that we put in Panama, prioritising social responsibility, our commitment to local suppliers, local communities, local employees is very, very significant and is a core part of our business. That's it. I talked a little bit about our priorities, but I think we can leave it there and answer any questions.
So we do have time for questions. If anybody has a question for Tristan, please feel free to raise your hand. Just wait for the microphone to come forward. do one and then the other.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Alex. I'm a project manager at Elucia Management in Dubai. We are a solar and hydro developer. And recently Zambia has been facing a lot of energy shortages, particularly due to the drought that's been in the country. So my question to you is, how have your minds been tackling this issue? What have you been doing to mitigate this?
Sure. So yeah, there was a drought some 18 months ago in Zambia. The water level is obviously required for power, but also for food provision. And I think Zambia, at the end of that season, did get a lot of rainfall in the north of the country, which resolved the food situation. What we're seeing this year is a much more normal rainy season. But in the meantime, we've had to import power in order to ensure that we get full provision of supply to the mine. So that's what we've done. We acted very quickly last year in order to put those import contracts in place, and we've extended those this year. And what we're seeing at the reservoirs, at the hydroelectric facilities, is the water supply is coming back up, but slowly. It wasn't just the drought. They were also doing, particularly at Kariba Dam, work on the plunge pool. The plunge pool was scouring back towards the dam, and that's not a good situation. So they had held the water down in order to put the contractor in place for 3 years to line that plunge pool with concrete, which is now complete, and they can now actually let that water level rise. But the demand comes from electricity supply. I would say that that's going to be a challenge this year because it's an election year in Zambia. So during an election year, we like to push lots of electricity into residential customers, and that will certainly happen this year. So we're seeing that there's a continued need for us to outsource power. We take most of our power now from imported power, and that means that ZESCO, the national utility, is able to send the majority of its power to domestic customers, which is good for their, for their requirements. It does mean that our power price is higher, but that's provided for in our guidance. We've been very clear on how much that increment is that's costing us in cents per pound to import our power needs. I should say we're also developing renewable projects, so we have another number of operators coming in to put in renewable. Never waste a good crisis. So the opportunity in Zambia now has created a market for independent power producers, and there's a lot of renewable solar and wind going in, and solar intensities in Zambia are very good. Comes down to grid reinforcement, and that work's happening now as well.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Ben Primrose from CCMA. We're a mid-sized trading firm. So I noticed on your on the growth projects you had gold and moly on Taka Taka, but not on the other growth projects, and it wasn't listed on your existing mine. So are you seeing much ancillary material coming off your other projects?
Sure. So yeah, byproducts. So just to be clear, so we produce with Cobre Panama around 750, 800,000 tonnes of copper a year, and we produce 240,000 ounces of gold a year, about 120,000 ounces at Kansanshi, and around 120,000 ounces in a normal year at Cobre Panama. So Panama also has moly. It's a smaller moly plant. It's around 50,000 tonnes per year of moly. We haven't actually built the moly plant yet. It's a very detailed flotation plant. It actually use an oxygen sparging plant, so it's quite complicated in its instrumentation. But we were underway building that plant when the mine was shut. So the intent is to bring that back online because we are seeing good high moly prices at the moment, and at the right point in time, subject to the satisfaction of the government and the Panama, we would like to see that moly come in because it will be of benefit. Taka Taka does have gold and moly as well. The gold we can look at in terms of sale directly or streaming. The Kansanshi, the gold from there was a very important part of our financing this year, and represents, we did a gold stream with Royal Gold. It's the largest ever investment in Zambia by a US company, $1 billion gold stream. It's about a quarter of our gold production that's affected by that, and that gives us full exposure to copper and around 3/4 of the gold that we produce in Zambia. We have the opportunity, as we think about financing at Taka Taka, for those kind of products as well.
What type of financing level? Didn't realize she was right there. What type of financing are you looking you don't have to answer.
Sorry, I can't quite hear.
What type of financing are you looking for Taka Taka offtakes or?
So we'll look through the whole gamut of opportunities. I mean, really, as the market looks at Argentina, they'll ask 3 questions. Can you deliver the project? I think First Quantum's built a track record, but we need to, projects are very hard. They're extremely difficult. We know because we build a lot of them. And so we need to run that extremely well. They'll say, what about Argentina risk when you've had Panama risk and DRC risk and all these elements? And we'll need to satisfy that question. And they'll say, what about financing? And on that, we're open to many pathways. So we look at all the opportunities. There's a lot of levers to pull in order to put a greenfield project into play. But many of the things you've listed there will be part of the mix. And we expect that over the course of this year, really, that we'll get engaged in that.
Any other questions from the floor? Maybe sticking on Taka Taka for a minute, one of the bigger concerns in a high demand copper environment for the companies that have growth projects, capital intensity seems to be creeping up a little bit. What do you expect? Where do you expect Taka Taka to land on the capital intensity scale? And what are some of the biggest cost drivers that have moved since your last study?
So we'll release the technical report, the 43-1, on very soon. So I won't give you the capital number because it will be in that report. That's just not good of me to release that number. We're a bit different from our peers. And the one way that we're different is we're able to actually have a proper conversation about capital. What does capital mean? When you go through a project definition, what you're trying to describe is, I'm trying to build an operation that does what? Okay, and that's a capital question. What tends to happen in our peers is they'll say, oh, the EPCM controls that, and we don't know how it works. We're completely different. So we have a circular process where we can work through what the right level of capital allocation should be. So we're not predicting intensities that would be out of whack with what we built at Cobre Panama, for example. Now, in that, we need to balance a lot of factors and a lot of variables, but the key ones are time, quality, and price. And that's what we'll do.
Maybe sort of a personal interest question for me as an ex-commissioning engineer before I started this brokerage stuff. What are the 30% of activities that are outside of the First Quantum build group that you do subcontract still?
Sure. Areas where we don't have expertise. So in Cobre Panama, they were a marine jetty. We learned how to build a power plant, so we built that, but we didn't. We were like, well, marine structures, that's getting a long way from our, core competency. So those areas. We still work with engineers, so we work with EPCMs and engineers, but we're sitting inside them and we're controlling the thought leadership in terms of flow sheet and design. So we still have engineering services, but it's in a different kind of mode from one that's EPCM. We run the procurement, we run the construction management. In the design, we're setting the flow sheet, but then there's an engineering solution that's being provided in a pretty cooperative basis. So the 30% contains all of those elements where we don't have the expertise. We bring in someone who's an expert on or can help us out, or we're fully committed on an area of build, but we need to see acceleration somewhere. It gives us a lot of levers to pull.
And maybe just digging in a little bit more into Cobre Panama, what have we heard on the progress of the Cobre Panama audit? What are the timelines for updates from here? So what sort of milestones should we be looking for, and which ones have the biggest possibility to move the needle?
On the audit specifically?
On the audit, and then other things that could come down the path.
Sure. So on the audit, the timeline's been spelt out. So there was an update in December that provided the scope by which the contractor was working, SGS was working on. The government's been clear they're expecting an updated report in January that will start to give an indication of their findings so far. But they said the final report will be available March, April this year. In terms of the other milestones along the way, we've pretty much hit all of those milestones. So we were really looking as the stockpiles as the sort of next indicator. And so we're pleased with the announcement by the President that he's going to push government for that approval now. So now the next step is that piece of paper that provides approval for the stockpile processing. That is, as I said, is useful for environmental and the tailings dam side of things, but also make sure that the machines are in good condition, that we're able to employ another 700 people. That's a good outcome for Panama, and it's a good outcome for, the stewardship of the asset. From there, we'd like to see, as that environmental audit comes out, that we get engaged in formal conversations around where do we go from here. We're committed to that. We'll be constructive in those conversations. We'll be constructive towards an outcome.
And somewhat related to that, your preservation and safe management costs are about $16 million a month. What specific activities are driving that cost today? And obviously, presumably, if you re-enter production off the stockpiles, things will change quite dramatically. But during the interim period, what could be done to reduce that cost?
Yeah, so there's 1,400 people that are employed on site to manage, and that is the cost. There are elements in there which our communications program, our community and environmental programs that have been ongoing during this time, but the large proportion is really those 1,400 people that are managing the environmental side. There's a workforce of 300 on the environmental side, to give you an idea. So what can be done to manage that? If we don't have any hope, we just cut those people. However, that's not the case. We're committed. We see now the stockpiles as the next important milestone. What will that cost look like on the stockpiles? We're going through that at the moment, and we'll provide that update as part of our guidance that comes out late January, early February, late January, which is our guidance for this year, and we'll give a statement around what we see in terms of copper production, what we see in terms of cost, what the environmental protections mean in terms of that program.
And as you mentioned, in Q3, you did a $1 billion gold stream at Kansanshi. How are you thinking about your balance sheet at the moment? I noticed that during much of your presentation, it was sort of contingent on Cobre Panama. How do you make those sort of fork-in-the-road plans?
Yeah, so, to emphasise, that is in terms of our new greenfield projects. We feel good about the balance sheet now. If you said to me, Tristan, you'll be in this position as at today, to me 2 years ago, I would have welcomed that. So we feel we're in a strong position. We can see through. We can be patient with resolution in Panama, and that's important. You don't want to be over a barrel, but we have time and space to be able to come to a good, constructive outcome. But in terms of the new projects, because those are large capital commitments and subject to financing and so on, we would certainly, that will wear on it. But what are we doing in the meantime? We're pushing those projects on their own benefits as hard as we possibly can. So Taca Taca, we're advancing to do everything that we can up until that point that you require financing to make a sanctioned decision, and similarly on La Granja.
And sticking with the balance sheet for a moment, yourself and many other companies in the space have some fairly underwater hedges at the moment. Is this something that you're opportunistically going to pick away at, or is it just something that you let roll off because it was a balance sheet management strategy from times gone by that still made sense back then?
Sure. No, we feel very good about the hedging. The hedging was put in place for a very specific reason. We're not natural hedges. The hedges were put in place because of the balance sheet exposure, and they were there because of the situation in Panama to provide a clear path forward on our revenues. So to be in the position where we are now, where copper price is well above the collar, so the top of the collars are about $4.50, $5, so still a very healthy price, but not where we are today on spot. I feel very comfortable with that. Yes. So we hedged at about 50% through not all of this year, but a majority of this year. But as those roll-offs, we'll continue to evaluate. We don't feel that we're quite in the same balance sheet pressure that we were, say, 2 years ago, but it's an evaluation that we're doing all the time.
And you've, maybe just going back to Zambia, you've completed the Kansanshi Stage 3 expansion. How is the mill and the smelter ramping up, and are you done processing the lower grade stockpiles? How's the new mill responding to fresh ore?
Yeah, good question. A lot of knowledge there. So smelter's finished, it's operating, it's running at full NACA. So it's at 1.6 million tonnes per annum, so we did have a period while we had the shutdown to bring that online. We built up a bit of concentrate in front of the smelter. We're through that. There'll be part of our results that come out. In terms of running the project and the plan for this year, stockpiles are still an important part of that. So we'll still see a healthy proportion of feed in 2026 coming from stockpiles, around 50%. And it's really 2027 where we see a higher proportion of fresh feed with higher grades coming through. So that's why our guidance in previous years, and we'll update it this year, is steps from 210,000 this year, 26, to 230, 240,000 tonnes next year, 27. Is just on that grade between stockpile and fresh feed. And then in terms of ramping that up, we're on track, and we feel good about that progress so far. In terms of harder material, you talked about material coming from the mine. We'll make some evaluation of that and pronouncements into our guidance, but it is part of the measure as we're running Kansanshi and getting to learn S3 and getting to learn how that circuit performs with our different ore types, including the harder ore.
We have a minute or two if there's another question from the floor. Maybe just one last one from me then. Has your understanding of the Kansanshi Gold Zone improved at all? I understand you've built a pilot plant to test the material. Is there anything you can share about the grades or recoveries that you're seeing?
Yeah, so the Gold Zone occurrences that we have at Kansanshi are exciting. The challenge is that they are gravity, and so it's really about the validation, the sampling methodology to find those. So the trouble with free gold, with gravity gold, is you can put a hole and hit 0, you can put a hole and hit 200. What's the number? It's very hard to statistically manage that. So we're going through a methodology now, which is to work out the right sample size that we can estimate grade, and then also the flow sheet, which was what the pilot plant was about, in learning what our recovery will be. And you need both of those, a scope, a grade, and a recovery to get to a resource, to a 43-101, and we're stepping through that in a very systematic manner. The pilot plant has taught us a lot. And we'll be able to take through those learnings, but at this stage we're still working through those processes, and particularly around this challenge with alluvial gravity gold.
Well, that does take us completely to the end of time. Please join me in thanking Tristan for his time today. Well, thanks again for joining us this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming to our final presentation in this room, at least for today. We have Shaun Usmar, the CEO of Vale Base Metals, to give us some presentations followed by some Q&A here. So with no further ado, please take it away, Shaun.
The diehards. Thanks so much, and thanks for making the time. I'm going to give you a quick overview of a story that's been just over a year in the making. Vale Base Metals, you all know that Manara in the Kingdom is a meaningful shareholder for nearly 2 years now. It's controlled by Vale, and I've been in this industry 35 years. Left a company that I'd built over the last 10 years to take on this role with a story of transformation at a time of critical minerals importance, with the potential to create a platform to really build out a global champion. So, if this will do what it's supposed to. Any luck? Oh, there you go. So what are we talking about for those of you less familiar with the portfolio? It's a business that's got basically a nickel business that dates back really to over 100 years. It provides over 60% of the high purity nickel in US aerospace and defense. We supplied 95% of the nickel to the Allies in World War II. Sudbury, Voisey's Bay, Long Harbour, Thompson, Manitoba. We still have a residual interest of a business we built in Indonesia, PTVI, the premier nickel business over in that place, where we're now a 33.8% shareholder. We have 11 mines, 5 mil concentrators, 2 smelters, and 5 refineries. And that's on the nickel side. And the idea here is to get this in the face of competition, particularly we've seen in Australia and others, a sector with nickel being overwhelmed with the Indonesian supply and that falling away. And it's to take this and make this robust through the cycle, low half with the cost curve, given this endowment, and also the very polymetallic nature of it, particularly in Sudbury, as well as in Voisey's Bay. And then on the copper side, and this is where the sizzle is, the majority of this business, it's mostly a Brazilian story. This is a high growth story, and I'll touch on that later in this presentation. But it's really about being able to drive performance in a business in a sector that has not delivered. Most projects are delayed, there are massive overruns. For us, in a business that has not had a track record of delivery, it's about deliver on our promises operationally, grow massively, drive a performance and value culture, and buck the trend of 19 years of underperformance. So here's our report card over just a year. We did the biggest transformation in this company's history over the last year. That was 2,200 roles, and last year alone, over $400 million of cost improvements on a controllable basis, and moving from a highly centralized, very siloed organization to an empowered, decentralized model. Over this period, it was really about questioning everything, simplifying this business to the extent possible, reconnecting our people with how we make money and where value resides. We load those overheads, and we really then focus on how do we optimize the portfolio and drive business performance as a whole. We're here to make this business lean, agile, make sure that we can actually demonstrate the NPV and grow that over time, as well as the optionality, and then show this to the investment community. Because historically, iron ore has really been Vale's story. This is not visible to the market. So what I'm sharing with you at the moment, I believe, is one of the best kept secrets, and really is what drew me to this story in a place where particularly copper is quite hard to come by and generate value. It starts off, though, with delivering on your commitments and guidance. We've had dramatic reductions in cost that I'll touch on. We've had 2 mines that we had to ramp up over this year in a sector that's not particularly good at ramping on time and on budget, and I'm very proud of that performance. We've driven productivity, availabilities, utilization to get our performance in place, and then really to unlock the growth that is so exciting of this portfolio. And most importantly, when you're doing a lot of transformation, you run more risk. So we use this as a platform to make sure we couldn't harm our people. We redoubled our efforts on safety as well as on the environment, and I'll give you a flavor of that. Firstly, you have to deliver on your commitments. No sense if you want to be attracting a premium valuation in the future if you can't deliver on guidance. You'll see that for those of you who have watched our story, 2025 is the first time in the history since Vale took this business that we are trending to deliver at the upper end of guidance in both, and we'll announce our results shortly. I wish I could share them with you, but in the upper end of guidance for both copper as well as nickel. And then we've in fact lowered cost guidance in Q3 for both copper and nickel with some dramatic improvements in those profiles. And you'll see we've got slight improvements that we're projecting for next year for copper as well as in nickel. We'll have the assets that we've ramped up in nickel running at full performance. And you'll see in copper, we have a substantial planned maintenance of about 16 weeks at Sossego, which really describes why we're not seeing a more significant increase in output in copper next year. High growth. So this is the crux of the story. If you look at the CAGRs that we're projecting, the first key thing is a year ago we were at 350,000 tons of copper. What's underappreciated is about 20-25% of that comes from polymetallics in Canada. The rest is really this Brazilian growth story, with Salobo being our flagship, which we are actually this year have delivered record performance for the history of that business. The team has really done a great job. And you'll see what we're showing in this analyst range. The market has no clue. Out of 25 analysts that cover Vale, really at the time Manara invested in us, and when I joined this story, there were only 4 modeling Vale base metals. In a world that's looking for critical minerals in copper, they just have no clue how to model it. And so there's no value attribution. Our job is to A, deliver it, B, develop a track record so that they can actually start understanding what this team is capable of, and then C, to continue to grow beyond this. And in just 1 year, we revamped life of mine planning. We fundamentally restructured how we do projects and our business cases and more closely integrated them. I'll show you what that means in a minute. And we're seeing in one cycle, as well as with our change in capital allocation and exploration, we see significant upside beyond the doubling, essentially, of production over the next decade that we see from the portfolio of what's essentially a district play in Brazil. These things have been known about for decades, they just haven't been executed. So we're really, really excited about that. The part of the story for us initially, you'll know that capital intensities, I know Gary Nagel in his Investor Day late last year had a slightly higher number for industry average capital intensity. A year ago, before restructuring, these bars signify where our plans were. We've taken the silo that we had in projects, we've changed it fundamentally. We had onerous standards, we had a very burdensome, non-commercial approach. Not the fault of the people doing it, it's just a system that over time had become very, very complex and process-driven. We're here to make money and create value and manage risk. Within one cycle with that restructure, the capital intensity has dropped dramatically. And you'll see that on the side. We have a context here where we have sunk capital, we have know-how, we have people, we operated for over 2 decades successfully there. We have a license to operate. And you'll see these capital intensities have really dropped quite significantly. And what it means for us, so not only are they materially below generally the industry averages in a sector that doesn't necessarily deliver to those averages, you'll see that, as you know, if you lower capex and you accelerate and you change the sequence of your projects in order to both optimize for risk and return, you'll see that the returns have increased dramatically. This time last year, I looked at my board presentations. Our first cab off the rank is essentially a 13-kilometer nearby open pit that is going to be working through the Sossego infrastructure, leveraging that capital and know-how. And you'll see that that return has gone from a mid-teens to well over 50% rate of return. And we've seen that over all our sort of projects through the end of the decade and indeed beyond. You can see the sort of tonnages that we're talking about. And the focus here right now in this minute is to continue to see what we can actually do to accelerate and improve the economics of these projects as we go forward. It's not a static once-off. The Bacaba project, those who follow our story, this has been talked about for a long time. We fulfilled all the permitting requirements. We got an early permit dispensation to do some of the pre-strip of vegetation. This is to show it's there, it's real. There's 13 kilometers of vegetation being cleared for a roadway. We're doing piles and early work for a bridge that needs to go across the river to access the Sossego infrastructure, and it's a shallow open pit nearby. It's sitting on the governance desk at this point. So the team is already mobilized, it's there, it's ready, and we should be hopefully up and running very shortly on that. The big one here is we've taken the capex, which was substantially over $500 million, down to 290. Our internal numbers are lower. I believe we can deliver it for that. And we've seen that lowering of capital intensity and very healthy rates of return on, candidly, slightly stale price decks, given where the market is currently. Salobo, it is the crown jewel. We've got a couple of decades of mine life there. Copper, gold, we'll do over 400,000 ounces of gold last year alone on this. And importantly, we're talking first quartile in the cost curve in an ore body that is open in every direction, pretty much except up. And the first piece here, which is money for jam, has been coarse particle flotation. With the change in culture, we now have general managers at other parts of the operations not being told that, you know, there's a technology here that can unlock value, but they're actively competing for capital, and they're asking to be next in the queue to be able to look at coarse particle flotation in their operations, including places like Voisey's Bay. But if you look here, you'll see we've been able to, again, with the work and the pilot work that we've done, lower capital intensity will increase throughput. That will kick in at around 2039, another 30,000 tons, and to better utilize the available plant and equipment for very high returns. The end of the decade, we're projecting this Project Alemão, which we've spoken on for a while. Just as a window into the change in approach, the sort of more commercial, more agile approach, which also integrates the risks associated with one of the biggest barriers in projects, which is namely licensing. So that used to be a process that once the projects guys were finished at FID, they'd hand over to the licensing people, and often that wasn't necessarily the most responsible and easy thing to do. And with a more integrated approach and changing this, our team looked at it from first principles. A sub-level cave was the process that was really being pursued, or the mining method that was being pursued. We have now moved to sub-level stoping. It reduces the capex by about $500 million. We think we can access the ore body perhaps a year earlier. It's a brownfield site. We'll be able to do in-pit tailings disposal for the first 10 years with no tailings dam requirements. And you'll see, again, really good returns. We've actually increased copper throughput and gold. And so with that, you're looking at 80,000 tons of copper a year for 20 years and 140,000 ounces of gold. Another example of just not taking a cookie cutter approach where the team has really gone back to first principles. We've actually submitted this for its license, and we're accelerating it now and working through it. We announced actually on Vale Day in December an arrangement, a framework agreement with Glencore in Sudbury to be able to use the nickel rim infrastructure, which is a depleted mine, which I was actually CFO of Xstrata Nickel when we built that in 2007 and 2008. It was an incredible mine, but it's been depleted. It's the best shaft infrastructure in the Sudbury Basin. We have these very rich ore bodies there, which frankly, for us to justify the capex to access them, it just doesn't make a sensible economic return. And Glencore's largely exhausted their ore bodies, which is why the mine is on care and maintenance. But importantly, by working together, the ability to sink that shaft further to about 700 feet, drift across, access those ore bodies, allows us to access copper-rich ore. And you'll see that we're talking 21,000 tons per annum of copper. It's polymetallic, so there's nickel, there's precious metals, so call it 42,000 copper equivalent each for 20 years. And there's prospectivity beyond that. So once you're down there and you can draw from underground, there'll be more opportunity. We've got a 15-month to 18-month timeline to work with them to establish this and get to FID. It's been really celebrated in Sudbury on the announcement and in Canada and elsewhere, because this has been pursued for decades, Sudbury Synergies. I went to Canada in 2006 when we did a hostile takeover of Falconbridge at Xstrata, and really tried back in 2006 with a younger Mark Kudafani and team to see if we could unlock what was then $500 million of synergies between these two businesses with contiguous ore bodies and infrastructure. And it's perpetually eluded us. It perpetually eluded Inco and Falconbridge for decades. So this is significant, and I think if we can get this done, the opportunity to go beyond that is really exciting. But it also points to the copper potential in the Sudbury Basin, which is known more for nickel. Just to put this in context, currently about 50% of my revenue in Sudbury comes from nickel. The rest is copper, cobalt, PGMs. The polymetallics are a really nice feature. The other one is exploration. So we're capital allocators and we have to look at risk and reward. In Para, historically, iron ore would do the exploration, and if you look at it, they would do, say, 20 to 30,000 meters of drilling a year, looking for shallow open pits typically. Turns out there's a lot of copper at depth. We're focusing extensively on being able to enter a year within our $170 million a year or so budget. We've gone from 20 to 30,000 meters last year to 60. We moved some of our capital from elsewhere, our exploration dollars. And we've gone from 8 to 23 drills last year. My constraint is not money right now, it's getting enough drills turning. And so we're going to go to 100, 110,000 and then beyond. We believe that there's, at least with what we're seeing with our existing ore bodies and elsewhere, about 20% production upside potential that we are aiming to target through these drill campaigns, and a significant reduction in drilling costs in the process. And here's an example. Sossego, the first copper mine in Brazil, it's towards the end of its life. We were going to do in-pit tailings disposal. We will continue to do that in the future. But we asked the obvious question, have you drilled below the pit? And I share this with you because this is in the last year. We'll be releasing more technical results, publishing technical studies, and also sharing some more drill results and information in the first half of this year for investors. But look at those numbers. Just at these sorts of depths, I draw your attention to, nearly 30 meters of 5%, 11% at 11 meters at 11% copper, 141 meters at 1.8, and 64 at 3%. It is unreal, and we're seeing more and more opportunity at depth, and we're not talking great depths below these pits along a structural feature that is there. So you'll see we're dramatically increasing. We'll triple the drilling in that area this year, and we think that if we find the success we believe exists there, that there's actually an opportunity to double mill capacity with a sort of multi-mine mill and approach. So on copper production, the context here, I've given you this view. You'll see that you can think of these first few here. As you think of risk and reward, this is not massive greenfields of billions of dollars up in the Andes. When you think about this, these are really low capital intensity, largely brownfield projects that are in there. The industry has to do all of these things together. But in a world that needs critical minerals, I want the things which have a higher probability of success, lower capital, and more margin for error if indeed things don't go to script. And indeed, you'll see through the end of the decade, these are projects that we're working on. We've changed the sequence. So 118, for example, and others, we've actually moved forward because we believe that the risk reward is greater. And we're fundamentally thinking about this from first principles. I've mentioned the drilling, and that's before I've mentioned Huhu in Indonesia, which is, we got an award at PDAC for the largest copper gold discovery in the last 20 years. Think of it as up to 350,000 tons per annum of copper, 300,000 to 400,000 ounces of gold for 50 years. And we've just finished the pre-fees. We're focusing, we're in an advanced stage in looking at potentially bringing a partner on board as we then go through to the next phase of that project. So we hope to announce something later this year. Nickel, I've touched on a lot of the highlights here already, but the key for this is it cannot be subsidized. We're focusing on the polymetallics. We're driving through to cash flow break even. We've had dramatic reductions in a short time on costs. And of that 400 million we pulled out of the business just last year, 240 of that was in nickel. It's important. You'll see that on the goals, we have potential to grow further. The people who understand the sector appreciate a lot of discussion around downstream and smelters and refineries as a national imperative in many ways, a strategic imperative. We have these, but those things only work given the fixed costs in those businesses if you have the feed. And that's what has dwindled in this business historically through underinvestment. So last year alone, we put over 5 million tons through Clarabelle, through the mill. That's fed through 6 mines. And that is the highest throughput through that system since 2016. And we'll continue to go beyond in order to drive our unit cost down and to be able, so we've pulled out fixed cost, but we're driving volumes and focusing on very low capital intensity to get it to be competitive. On to Puma second furnace, for the first time in the history of that business, We inaugurated the furnace last year, successfully brought it on schedule, 13% under budget. And Long Harbour, we had invested several $1 billion in Voisey's Bay and with the exhaustion of the ovoid into the underground. We ramped that up roughly 20 to 30% ahead of schedule. That has given us the feed to be able to feed Long Harbour in Newfoundland and Labrador for the first time in its 11-year history at nameplate capacity. Dramatic improvement in cost structure, and we have further to go again. And then finally, safety. I mentioned this. In fact, our year-end numbers show that on a TRIFR basis, we're down. We've had the best actual performance in 6 or 7 years when it comes to, the extent of harm. We've really had a dramatic improvement in both process risks and also in not harming our employees. There's been a significant cultural focus on this. So that's our story. It's been an incredible year of transformation. When you put an organization through this much change, it's not trivial. I was very proud to see my team get the Canada's Top 100 Employer Award for the first time in the history of this company, despite going through all of this. It's really galvanized and captured the imagination of our team. And I believe that this platform has so much more to go. It's not visible. The changes in cost structure and volumes, this is a self-funded plan that we have currently, which it wasn't a while ago. We're at less than 1 times net debt to EBITDA. I think there's more and more growth optionality through the drill bit, and our focus is on continuing to drive it beyond that. So happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Sean. We do have a minute or two for some questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand so that a microphone can be brought forward. Maybe one from me then, just real quick. You spent a lot of the earlier part of your presentation talking about the capital costs that you've driven out of the expansions that you're doing. And you sort of mentioned it was a combination of breaking down silos and all that type of thing. Is there a case study you can give me where X amount of money was saved because something happened? Was it a scope change? Was it just a not having to have so many signatures on a piece of paper? What has it been?
It's a bit of all of the above. Look, I'm an engineer by background who then became a Barrick CFO, and my last business, I had capital out of New York. I took it from an idea to it's now $10.5 billion market cap. We built the thing, and then we listed it in Toronto and New York. We looked at 1,000 investment opportunities over that period to build that portfolio. I haven't met a management team yet who's not committed and believes they'll deliver, but the sector just doesn't. So you have to be very sober, I think, about how you think about where value is created, and particularly risk. So when we approached this, I could see a very conventional way of looking at projects. I had a projects director, a lovely woman who was very dedicated. Her key message to me in a business, we had 15, 16,000 employees globally, many more contractors than others. I had 1,100 people in projects. And we didn't have a single group that was doing the studies. They were actually fragmented. And I mentioned the points previously around the lack of integration and focus on just the business and how value is created. So highly procedural. And there was a sense that that's how projects is done, and they would follow it through. And I think, as you'd appreciate, particularly in older, larger organizations, they have this tendency to add. They very seldom step back and cut back and critically question what they need to do. And we talked about a very simple process. Question everything, delete everything you don't need, probably do it again because you never actually delete enough. Then you finally optimize, you speed up your process, and then you automate. So we've been through this journey as a whole, a fundamental change in focus at the operational and projects level to optimizing value and value per share as a key metric. Our risk in our portfolio, while we reduced headcount dramatically, we actually added to risk to enhance how we actually look at that from a business and enterprise point of view. We then integrated our social license as part of that, and we really entered a sort of dramatic focus on our culture as a team with a severe business focus. We talk about a VBM, MBA of sorts, because I need my GMs to think more like business people and their finance people and so on. So in projects, I've actually eliminated that senior projects role. The frictions and the duplication of effort and a team that believed they needed more headcount in order to deliver their mandate just made no sense. My second week on Bacaba, I was presented with the mandate you saw at $500+ million for this with a mid-teen return at a 5% contingency on a business that's had $10 billion of capital overruns over 20 years. Like, would you make that bet? So I said no. I was told I had to approve it because Vale had to approve it before the end of the year. And if I didn't, it would cost 30 or 40 million of value. I said no. And we revamped it. We've then, with the change in focus, some things we'll build, some we'll sell, some we'll partner on. We've gone back to first fundamentals. That what are the concept phase, the concept studies? How do we then integrate that and actually look at the various ways to unlock value? What are our true capabilities? Because the organization had developed a habit of drinking our own Kool-Aid. We would tell ourselves we were amazing in certain things, but empirically it wasn't true. So we've had a hard cold dose of reality. And what's happening now in a project of this size, which is contiguous, my general manager runs Sisego. This reports now to my chief operating officer. My studies all fall under my CTO with a really incredible group of people. We've gone back to first principles, not looking at EPCs and others. We've looked at the capabilities, the CVs of the individuals, what are they bringing, how do we think about owners' teams. And in this particular case, the ability of us to get rid of the frictions between operations. We've actually taken, we're leasing equipment for a relatively short mine life rather than buying it over that period and having these long lead times. That equipment is already there. It's made a dramatic impact on, as I say, capital intensity, ownership, and the ability to deploy. Plus, and this is a key thing, I mentioned about adding versus subtracting. The organization, for me, quite a first in mining, and we've seen a lot, right, over 35 years. But it had ended up with 51,000 technical standards on projects. I don't know how you work with that. So what it meant is when you went out for packages, people didn't want that brain damage. Many wouldn't, in fact, even tender. And if they did, they would put a really healthy markup on it. We've gone back to first principles. That is now more in line with industry norms of, say, 5,000. And that's really made a dramatic impact. Just to give you a sense, when you order of magnitude reduce those things, it makes a big impact on how you approach the projects.
And I did ask the Vale presentation earlier, but is there any update on our prospective listing, specifically given the lack of opportunities there are to invest in a growing copper producer?
Yeah, and then look, Gustavo would have told you that one, copper's core and all of that to the Vale story. I candidly wouldn't have taken this and left my company that I'd founded to go on this journey if it was a divisional story. So the opportunity to take a carve-out, to be able to turn around performance that hadn't really manifested in 20 years, and then to be able to use this as a platform to do more is important. So steps 1 and 2 of that is actually deliver on your project or on your operational execution, get the portfolio right, change the organizational culture and value. We have to daylight that MPV and grow it, but then the market also has to see it, and that's a real focus for this year. So for me, the idea is being IPO ready this year, which I believe then is no regret maximization of choice for Manara as well as Vale. They then have a choice to make later this year. And in my mind, as a person who's focused a lot on investing as much as on executive leadership in this sector, if I'm going to compete beyond my organic pipeline and move beyond, and bear in mind I was employee number 7 in Xstrata co-heading M&A, like we grew from $500 million to $60 billion over 5 or 6 years. If I'm going to be able to compete with the gentleman who was here just before you and others going forward, particularly for inorganic acquisitions, M&A, I need a currency. And it's going to have to be a multiple that's more competitive than one that are diversified. So I believe the case I seek to present is a track record of execution. We're already doing that in a very short period of time. Demonstrate to the market and start seeing some manifestation of the value, particularly in copper, that we said. Demonstrate the resilience of the nickel portfolio in the face of the Indonesian oversupply. We're working on that as well. And then the question ultimately is, if we've got that and it's more reflected on Vale's multiple, let's say 4 or so times EBITDA or 0.7 times P to NAV, if I'm competing with companies that say 8 or 10 or more on a EV EBITDA basis, there's a value arbitrage on offer in terms of cost of capital. So Vale has 90% right now. If at the end of the day they were to float, or there was a, say, 20% float with sufficient liquidity, they still control and consolidate. You can have shareholder rights agreements. You can have proper governance of a listed business. But you then have the agility and a serial and a license to be able to go out and actually consolidate, acquire, and truly expand inorganically, as well as delivering on the organic potential. I thought that would take 3 years, maybe 4 years initially to get the business performance around. The team has responded really well. I'm pushing for that readiness this year.
And that does take us completely to the end of today's session, actually, as well as the presentation. So please join me in thanking Sean for his time today.